Good morning, everybody. The time is 10 o'clock. We are going to commence this meeting of the Judiciary Committee. And we are going to go into recess until 10:30 until our other members are ready to go. Thank you.
All right, good morning. We are going to call the meeting back to order for today, Friday, January 24th, 2025. It's a public hearing on the reappointment of some of our judges. There's a nomination for review before, well, are there any comments from my co-chair or ranking member? Seeing none, a nomination for review before the committee to be associate judge of the Supreme Court and a judge of the Superior Court. We will start with the Honorable Gregory T. Doria of Emston. And when you're ready, if you raise your right hand. Do swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury. You may provide us with your testimony. Before you begin, and just for anybody and that will be providing us with a statement, make sure you engage that microphone in front of you, turn it on. There's a button right in front of you. You see it? There you go. The red light indicates it's on. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and the other distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Greg Doria. I'm presently an associate judge on our state Supreme Court. I'm grateful to Governor Malloy for nominating me to this position in 2017, and I'm also grateful to Governor Lamont for renominating me for another 8-year term. I'm honored and pleased to have this opportunity to appear before you again today. I'm a lifelong resident of Connecticut and a proud graduate of UConn. I received both my undergraduate and law degrees from UConn. After law school, I clerked for Chief Justice Ellen Ash Peters. I then spent a little more than 4 years in private practice before joining the Attorney General's office, where I enjoyed a 23-year career holding a number of different positions, including in the administrations of both Attorney General and now Senator Richard Blumenthal and Attorney General George Jepsen. The opportunity to sit as a member of our state's highest court has been a privilege and the highest honor of my career. From the day that I was nominated until this morning, it has never been lost on me how fortunate I've been to have this opportunity. The cases are challenging, as is the process of collective decision-making. What I can say with confidence is that I give the cases all my attention. The balance I managed to find in my life is a credit to my wife, Joan, who is my toughest critic and my fiercest protector, as well as to my 3 adult sons, who make us both proud of the way they live their own lives. In addition to all that Joan does for our family and our community, and in addition to the fact that she has her own career, Joan's support and encouragement have allowed me to give this job all that it demands. And it's important to me that I acknowledge that in a public way. Thank you for your time and your consideration. I'm happy to be here to answer any of your questions.
And thank you. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your indulgence with my schedule this morning. Good morning, Justice Doria.
Good morning.
I just have one question. For you. Do you happen to know why individuals that sit on the Supreme Court are called justices and those on the appellate court are called judges? I don't have an answer.
I'm embarrassed to say I know the answer to the question because it's a made-up name, Justice. The statute calls us judges, and you'll notice I introduced myself as an associate judge. That's what your nomination will say. That's what my certification, when I swear myself in, that's what it will say. I think the folks to my left on the appellate court will nod in agreement when I say that there's probably no reason to call us justices, because they could be sitting where I am and I could be sitting where they are, and the public might not know the difference. It might be better. So I don't wear the honorific with really any. I hope I wear it with humility.
No, you do, and your submission exudes humility, and I always think that's very interesting, because justice can be had at various levels of court. So congratulations.
Around the courthouse, people call you judge, and that's enough for me. Your Honor is probably a little too much, but
yeah. And I guess when you get to Mullins, chief judge is a little weird, right?
Sure it is. Sure it
So
is.
justice always follows
Yeah.
that. So it's, anyway, I just thought there was some historical thing. So, congratulations on your renomination.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Fazino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Judge Dioria,
Oh.
and congratulations on your renomination. One of the major themes from our meeting on Wednesday was that was particularly interesting to me was this conversation about training young lawyers. And I noticed on your questionnaire that you've taught a course at UConn Law School, and I'm in my 5th year of practice. I agree with the premise that we need to get young people involved in the civic process in general, but it is particularly crucial to train young attorneys, make sure that they have real tangible experience, not just when they're starting out in their practice, but also as early as their, first, second year of law school. So I'm just curious to hear your perspective on your experiences educating young lawyers in training, and if there's anything more we can be doing, not just in law school, but in the first few years of practice that can help prepare our young attorneys for a successful career as lawyers.
I really appreciate the question. My wife is at home, I'm sure, thinking that I planted the question with you because I love the teaching. It's my law clerks, I find to be, it's a teaching process as well as much as they help me. And so my answer to you is, I think it's incumbent on the whole branch to get folks when they're young. And that's why I've been teaching the class. Actually, I should put in a plug that I teach the class with Alex Slaney, who is my former law clerk and now counsel to Senator Duff. And she and I have always wanted to teach a class together. And now we do, because she's not working with me anymore. And especially in these times, I've found it to be a great source of hope for me, honestly, that the folks that are engaging in these classes and I just enjoy hearing from them and their perspectives. And I've learned as much as I think I've taught in the class. And we do the same thing. I'm not the only one that does this. Many of us teach. But when we have people come into the courthouse, and it's in post-pandemic, it's been slow to get us back out in some of the schools and all. But I love when the kids come into the class, to the court. I'm always asking the folks in our external affairs if I can, and again, I'm not the only one that does this. It's we need to engage with our young people as much as we can.
Thank you, Representative. Yep. Okay. Representative Odette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you again. The question that I've generally been I've taken over since Justice McDonald was here, and I want to be clear for the record that I have asked others if they want to ask the question, they can.
Yes,
But the Robitis question,
sure.
and your responses about humility, I think that's the number one character trait I think we can all have as legislators and jurists is humility. But how else would you describe your ability to avoid the affliction of Robitis on the bench? It's particularly in the Supreme Court, where I think the air is even thinner than the Senate.
Yeah, and it's
Just kidding. Just kidding.
I missed that, but yes, if the affliction is got to be the hardest thing, I think, for somebody in your position to predict once we put people in a robe. And in other walks of life too, if we put a badge on somebody, how are they going to act? And I have found that sometimes the predictor can be if you had an opportunity to talk to the people that work beneath the folks, the staff. Do I know the names of the marshals? And do I know what their lives are like? And how am I acting in my community? How was I brought up? My father is in my ear. He's been gone for 18 years, but he would say, this robe and this Your Honor business is a bunch of bunk. And that's about as salty as his language would get. But he would say, what are you doing for people, or what are you doing with position. And you know, you're no better than anybody else, but you're as good as anybody else. So that's on the kind of coming to the bench. And hopefully if I haven't caught it by now, and you all be the judge of that, and others are, then I hope I won't catch it in the next term.
And yeah, I think based on all the feedback we've gotten, certainly you've got nothing but the best reputation. So thank you for that and your service to the state of Connecticut. Good luck and congratulations on your renomination.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? Follow up to Representative O'Day. Should not be a surprise to anyone. First of all, you had a really good answer to Representative O'Day. What systems do you have in place that are external to yourself to make sure that what you suggest to us remains in play?
Right. I understand the question to be what kind of feedback, what we have in place to get feedback from the people that are in front of us and that we affect. We, of course, interact with the public in a different way than the trial courts do. Our main interaction, for better or for worse, is through oral arguments, where we really mostly, almost always, are interacting with lawyers, although they are attached to parties, and then in our written decisions. So we're fortunate in some ways that some of those systems are in place already, which is I sit with 6 other people. It's not unusual for us to close the door behind us and one or the other of us say, what did you think of that question? Was I too hard on that guy? And we're pretty candid with one another. In addition to that, you know, I have law clerks who I've encouraged to say to me, and I've sought them out to say, what did you think of that argument? And not just about myself, but I'm, you know, trying to learn about other, you know, we have pretty regular customers in our court, meaning the attorneys that appear before us, but then some that are not so regular. And so I think we're more patient with those folks. But the other thing is to put yourself out there in the groups that would invite you to speak. I try to take that up whenever people ask me to whether it's a Boy Scout group or the bar groups, other visits, so that you know, many of the people that appear before us have been friends of mine for many years. This is a very small state, and the appellate bar is a fairly small bar, if there is such a thing. And while we wouldn't talk about particular cases, even after they're done, I think I have a number of friends that would tell me, you know, if I have gone off the rails. And I think I'm one that lowers the temperature in the room more often than not. But if it wasn't that, I think I'd hear it from one of my colleagues or from my law clerks. We also have the virtue of it being on CTN. Almost every argument is on CTN. I think that's a great thing to the extent that judges. There are judges that don't think cameras in the courtroom are a good thing. At least at the appellate level, I think it really is. Because it's not unusual for me to run into a member of the public or a family member or somebody who has seen an argument and maybe just didn't understand it. Now, I know what I can't talk about, but I can talk about what was going on and why, you know, maybe things got heated or maybe things got, and so it's the fact that I can go back to my office and punch the button and see that is, I think, one of those accountability factors that is not unique to me or not something I built in. And then, of course, there's our opinions, our written opinions, which we spend most of our time on. We don't get reviewed on them per se, but we do hear back from whether it be trial judges or lawyers, or, you know, if the case comes back to us that, you know, we weren't clear. Or it's been on more than one occasion where I've said to a colleague, sometimes on my court, sometimes not, you know, would you take a look at the footnote here that we wrote? Was that too curt? Was that, you know, what do you think of that? So I think it's a little easier for us on the appellate court. We don't, on the appellate and Supreme Court, I think our main customers are lawyers.
Yep, thank you for that. Comment or question from members, comment or question, Representative Staffstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good to see you, Judge.
Good morning. How are
Um,
you?
Congratulations. Thanks for being before us.
Thank you.
So I guess I'm old enough to remember when you were before us 8 years ago, and you know, at the time, I think some of the questions you got asked were having not previously been in private practice, whether that would be a hindrance to you go. Or,
I was.
Oh, you were?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
4 years. Yeah.
Okay.
Not a long time ago.
Okay. It had been a while since you've been in
Yes.
private practice. And then also sort of going directly to the Supreme Court and how that transition would work for you. And I guess kind of now 8 years later, maybe this is the opportunity to tell us I told you so, but just wondering sort of how that transition went and whether those posed any difficulties to you and how you overcame those.
Yeah, it posed the difficulty that a lot of all of our blind spots pose, which is you have a lot to learn. No, I had not been a trial judge. I had been a litigator, including in the trial courts. So I had not ruled on admissibility of evidence. I hadn't charged jury, those kinds of things. So I had things to learn that I leaned on my colleagues for. Also, I think the best decision I probably made was before I issued a written decision in a case, which was that shortly after I was appointed, a class of judges came through. You just saw them the other day. And I decided to go through what we euphemistically call judge school. It's pre-bench, I think is how they refer to it. And I was able to do most of it, not all of it, because I had another job. But not only did I learn a lot going through that, but I attached myself to a number of trial judges who have allowed me to sort of be in their class, and we socialize and I hear from them quite a bit. And this is I don't have to tell you, this is a very small state. Some of my very best friends are trial judges. They are not shy about telling me what I don't know, as are the folks who have come up through the system. So I think I've had some advantages, having been an appellate practitioner, or maybe not being as wed to our system, because sometimes I'm the one in the room that asks, why do we do things? Why do we do this way? And sometimes the answer to that is lost to history. Sometimes it's not, it's just that that's the way we've always done it. And to me, that's in government, that's never really been a good answer. So to answer your question, yes, there have been some things that I've had to learn, and many things, just like other areas of the law that we all have to learn. But I also think I came with some advantages, I hope.
Great. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Further questions, comments or questions, further comments or questions, seeing none. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Congratulations.
It was a pleasure.
Next, to be a judge of the appellate court and a judge of the Superior Court, the Honorable Bethany J. Alvord of West Hartford. When you're ready, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you'll provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You may provide us with your statement.
Co-chairs Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, and ranking members Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and other distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. It is my distinct honor and privilege to appear before you today as you consider my nomination for a third term as judge of the appellate court. I also want to thank Governor Lamont for this nomination and the confidence he has placed in me. I have been a judge for 24 years and have valued the experience of every single assignment I was given. I am also grateful for the 3 years that I served at the beginning of my judicial career as a family support magistrate. In this initial role, in the judicial branch, I was assigned as a family support magistrate to court locations statewide and learned an important skill for a jurist, handling very large dockets, adjudicating matters involving primarily self-represented litigants fairly and with prompt decision-making. Briefly reviewed, as a trial court judge, I was predominantly assigned to family and civil matters in Rockville, Waterbury, New Haven, and Hartford. Most recently, I've been honored to sit on the appellate court alongside Chief Judge Bright, a valued colleague and excellent jurist. I thoroughly enjoy and am challenged by my work on the appellate court. The appellate court is entirely collegial. We all work together to serve our litigants in issuing high-quality and timely decisions. I am also appreciative of the dedication of our law clerks and motions clerks who are critical to the work that we do at the appellate court. I want to express particular gratitude to my permanent law clerk, Attorney Jenna Verano, for her wise counsel, support, and friendship. I would like to conclude this opening statement by mentioning one aspect of our work at the appellate court as judges that I find extremely rewarding. That is our twice yearly On the Road program, where we take the appellate court out of our brick building and directly into the towns and cities of this state to audiences of students at high schools, colleges, and law schools. For example, this past fall, I sat on a session of the appellate court along with Judge Elgo at Classical Magnet High School, which is right up the road on the corner of Woodland and Asylum Street. I believe this was the first time a court session has been held at a Hartford public school. And just prior to that, I sat on a session also with Judge Elgo at the appellate court at Norwich Free Academy High School. We're scheduled to sit at a high school in Southern Connecticut this year, followed by a session at Quinnipiac University Law School. The appellate court on the road program requires above and beyond the time and efforts of a wide range of judicial branch resources, including our marshals, our technology staff, and external affairs. But the court sessions are extremely well received by the students and their teachers, and it is a highlight of my work on the court. I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee, Representative Fishpot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
You know, one of my favorite aspects of this whole process is to review the questionnaires. And I have to tell you, I was about 3/4 through your questionnaire last night, and because we didn't get them until a couple days ago, so I wasn't cramming. It reads like an autobiography. It's so well done. I learned so much. I was sitting there saying, you know, somebody should just like put these together in a book because it is fascinating. You spent a lot of time on this. I very much appreciate the work that you put in to not only, you know, talk about the cases, talk about why. You gave examples as to how, you know, working together. One of the things I wanted to ask you about, though, question number 6, and I don't know if it was a trap for me or because that sometimes happens. Question 6 asks, do you think the Supreme Court ever got it wrong, and in what case? What did they get wrong and why? And you sort of punted and you said, you know, we got to follow precedent. So if those people, you know, made a decision, I have to follow it. But you kept it constrained to the state, right? Mm-hmm. So has the U.S. Supreme Court ever made a mistake, in your opinion?
Very obviously, in 1896, the U.S. Supreme Court made a mistake, and that's Plessy v. Ferguson, which became a pernicious doctrine for many years until it was straightened out by Brown v. Board of Education. I may have personal concerns about some recent U.S. Supreme Court decisions, but I don't think it's my place to comment on that. Yeah.
Understood. It's written broadly on purpose, and
yeah.
I
would have to admit that.
Yeah, okay, no problem. And the other, one of the other parts that I found to be especially fascinating is where you tell us about how in a recent case, you agreed with the outcome, but not how the court got there. And you worked with your colleagues to sort of fashion the process to get to the same outcome, but to have your voice be part of, instead of having to write some sort of a alternative opinion.
Right.
And I think that stuff it's fascinating to me. Maybe I'm being the law geek that I am, but I congratulate you on your renomination and look forward to reading other things that you've written. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from members of the committee, Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
We did not prepare for this, but your question number 6 of response was one I was going to ask about as well. But since my good ranking member already went into that, I won't repeat it. I would just flag it for those that would maybe come after you that fill out the question. I would include some things about the Supreme Court, particularly the one that you cited. There's a lot of Supreme Court cases that they got it wrong. But I appreciate your responses. The Robitis question, and particularly in the appellate and Supreme Court, you only have to come before us every 8 years, but how can you assure this committee that in the next 8, because we've heard nothing but good things about your temperament. And so I do appreciate the Supreme Court justice that came before you. He said that humility has helped him. And that was a very good response, even before I got to asking questions. But and normally if you aren't afflicted with Robitis early on, the vaccination rate is pretty high going forward. But how can you describe your personal background or your outlook that would prevent you from being afflicted with Robitis going forward?
Well, there's a little bit of an interesting story that, in fact, when I became a family support magistrate, there were certain judges in powerful positions on the bench that didn't even want us to be able to wear a robe. And wiser judges prevailed, and we were permitted to wear a robe, even though we weren't judges. And I guess I took that to heart. I think a robe doesn't give one any special powers. In fact, it imposes responsibilities. You will hear anecdotally that over time we have many more self-represented litigants in front of us at the appellate court. Most litigants, as a matter of right, can come straight to the appellate court where their issues are perhaps not perfectly framed and all. And I think my experiences both personally and professionally over these many years have given me the tools I need to speak to the folks in front of us in a manner that they appreciate, they understand. And in my personal life, I've sort of pivoted to some work that I truly enjoy, which is adult literacy. And I'm substituting Tuesday morning in a basic literacy class on Arbor Street. There's no Robitis there. Those folks are grateful, and I'm grateful they're showing up after they worked all night. So it's sort of a meandering answer to your question, Representative, but I don't see an issue continuing on the path of humility and responsiveness going forward.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your service to the state of Connecticut, and good luck going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Further comment or question from members of the committee? Further comment or question? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us this morning. To be a judge of the appellate court and a judge of the Superior Court, the Honorable Nina F. Elgo of West Hartford. Good morning. When you have the opportunity, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You may provide us with your statement.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairpersons Senator Winfield and Representative Staffstrom, Ranking Members Senator Kissel and Representative Fishbein, and to all the distinguished members of this committee. I'm Nina Elgo. Thank you for your time in considering my nomination for reappointment to the Appellate Court and the Superior Court. I am grateful to Governor Lamont for nominating me for a second term on the Appellate Court, where it has been my privilege to serve these past 8 years. In total, I have served as a judge for 21 years, and I'm truly grateful for my career as a jurist, for the opportunity to have served the public in work that I love, and with colleagues and staff for whom I have the greatest admiration and respect. I would be most honored to be reappointed for another term on the Appellate and Superior Court. I am happy to answer any questions that you may have of me.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question, Representative Fishbein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Listening to your opening comments, it shows me the difference on the appellate court. You know, you very brief and succinct, and Judge Alvord a little bit more broad. And I'm not criticizing at all, but we all come together, right, and make those rulings. I agree with you, Senator Day O'Connor. You know, she was a trailblazer. I had the opportunity when I was a student at Quinnipiac. She actually came and spoke to us, and that was quite a night in my law school career. Reviewing the cases that you submit to us as being significant, it was interesting, the number of first impression cases, which I did have an opportunity to review, and you know, once again, fascinating that you would find them to be significant. And I can understand why. So really, no question. Well, I guess and it's like me being the geek that I am. The Mulva Hill Spinato case. I didn't know if you had a different system because the site is a little bit different in Westlaw. Is that just a typo, or you're using the same system, right? It's not.
Yeah, we used 228 Conap 782.
Yeah, it's okay. It's a different 7-8, but I'll leave it at that. I just didn't know if there was some different system, so
Thank
it
you.
was being followed. Because I did want to look at those cases. But congratulations on your renomination, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Yesterday or Wednesday, I had asked when people had complaints about them, what they were about, if there was any indication, any consistency, a common thread in them. I see both your complaints were dismissed, and they related to a objection or an issue with the substance of the decision, not with any of your conduct or temperament. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
And I haven't seen any. Are you aware of anyone opposing your renomination? I don't think there is. We've heard nothing but good things.
There was one submission by an individual who I don't believe was ever before me, a Lori Fagel. I'm not familiar with who that individual was, but there was some letter that was sent and submitted.
All right, I apologize. I should have seen that. Did you read it?
I did. Apparently, the individual had addressed it to the governor, indicating that they would vote to rescind my nomination, or asked to rescind my nomination because there was a perception that I was soft on crime, which I thought was interesting. I haven't sat on the criminal courts for 20 years, so I'm not clear where that's coming from, but.
Fair enough. So I was just going to ask you if you wanted to respond to it. If you just did, so that's fine. Anything else about the letter that you wanted to respond to? Okay. And as far as Robitis, again, I haven't heard based on my inquiries, any issues with Robitis, how can you assure us going forward? How do you ground yourself? And how would you assure us that Robitis will not become a problem in the future?
Well, first of all, I can assure you that there is nothing that I believe is more important to the exercise of our power and authority as judges than our temperament. The need to treat litigants with respect and to listen so that all persons feel heard. That being said, because I feel so strongly about it, it has honestly never occurred to me. I have had the benefit of listening to the testimony and the questions that were posed to my colleagues, and other than the potential for grievances, it never occurred to me that I should have a system to actually check myself that doesn't rely on my own self-awareness. But in hearing the questions posed, and I believe it was Senator Winfield, the wisdom that we don't always see ourselves the way others see us resonated very deeply with me. And I thank you for that. And so obviously, having had the opportunity to think about this, I talked with my permanent clerk and asked him two questions. Have you had any reason to be concerned with my temperament and comportment? And if you should ever have a concern, would you promise me to tell me? And he said no to the first, and he said absolutely yes to the second. Over these past years, my permanent clerk, Chris Champagne, has been utterly invaluable to me. He has always been honest with me and known that he could tell me what he thought I needed to know, whether I agreed with him or not. I trust him to do the same with issues of temperament and comportment as well, because I know he cares as deeply as I do about our reputation as a court and how the public is served. Frankly, I would also trust my colleagues to do the same for me. We sit as a panel of three, and how we comport ourselves before the litigants that appear before us is very important. Our reputation for being a collegial court has also meant that we can trust each other. Not only that we are in good faith doing our best to get it right, but to do right by each other and the public and how we treat each other and the public. So I can assure you it is a value that we all share, and it is why I am so grateful to be a member of our court.
Thank you very much for those responses, and congratulations on your renomination. Good luck going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none. I just want to thank you for incorporating an answer to my question and the answer to that question. That's one way that folks could do it, and for having put a little bit of thought behind it. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, next to be a senior judge of the Superior Court, the Honorable Mary Margaret D. Bergdorf of West Hartford. When you are ready, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You may provide your statement.
Good morning, Chairman Winfield and staffs for ranking members Kissel and Fishbein, and all of the distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Mary Margaret Bergdorf. I want to thank you all for your time, as well as the privilege and opportunity to come before you for your consideration of my nomination for reappointment as a senior judge. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Governor Lamont for his vote of confidence in nominating me for a third term as a judge of the Superior Court. I was first appointed as a Superior Court judge in 2009 by Governor Rell. My first assignment was at the Middletown Superior Court in February of 2009 in a block assignment where I covered the GA and the civil short calendar. In August of 2009, I was assigned to the civil docket in Middletown and covered the civil short calendar, jury, and court trials. In August of 2010, I was assigned to the Middletown Juvenile Court as the presiding judge until February 2011, when I was assigned to the Hartford Juvenile Court. I remained there until September of 2017 and was then assigned as the presiding judge of the Child Protection Session in Middletown until September of 2019. I was then assigned to the Meriden Superior Court in a block assignment where I covered civil, family, and criminal matters, in addition to handling the small claims docket during COVID. In September of 2021, I was assigned again as presiding judge of the Child Protection Session, where I presently remain. As of December 31st, 2024, I took senior status. I have enjoyed serving the people of the state of Connecticut as a Superior Court judge for the past 16 years. It has certainly been an honor and a privilege. I found the work to be diverse, demanding, rewarding, and humbling. In addition to serving as a Superior Court judge, I have served on the Judges Education Committee and taught many classes to the Judges Institute, mostly based in juvenile. I would be most grateful if this committee and the General Assembly would deem me fit and qualified to continue to serve in a third term as a senior judge of the Superior Court. I look forward to doing so. Thank you again for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
So just going through your application, I see the 2 complaints were dismissed and it seemed they were related to the specific decision.
Yeah.
And there was no temperament issues articulated in those complaints, as I can tell. Is that correct?
No, not that to my knowledge.
Are you aware of any complaints involving temperament since your last appointment?
No.
And again, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair or chairs, if we could get ask staff when they put in the opposition that they could put in the name of the judge first, that would be very helpful because it gets cut off and you go through all of them the same. But in any event, I can take that offline. The one where you terminated parental rights, I would imagine that's a pretty hard decision.
Oh, I think that's the most profound thing a judge does in our state since we abolished the death penalty.
And you've had a lot of experience in juvenile matters. Now that you've gotten to the quote more experienced status, are there any suggested changes or recommendations that you make to the branch or to us on how we can improve it, the juvenile system in particular?
Well, I mean, DCF does have a hard task with some of these families. I mean, some of these cases are just absolutely heartrending, heartbreaking. And I know, and you probably are aware, there's some very limited services available. There's just not as many services available for some of these families. By the time I get the termination cases, the children have been removed from the parents or the guardians for a number of years. It's just about trying to get them to engage in the services they need to engage in to benefit from the services and to rehabilitate. So we can place the children back with them. I know DCF tries so hard to get them back with the family. If they can't get back with the parents or the caregivers, they do their best to try to put them with a family member. But the overriding concern we have in juvenile court is what's in the best interest and safety of the children or the child.
With regard to the robitis question, you're going to be, as I see it somewhere, you're planning on doing 3 days a week.
Well, that we're limited 3 days a week or 6 days in a 2-week period. Yeah.
So going forward, how do you ground yourself and how do you address any questions about robitis? Probably you've heard us ask the question. How would you explain to us how that's not going to be an issue for you going forward?
Well, I'm very well minded that the litigants in front of me are probably in the most sad situation of their lives because I'm dealing with the removal of children from their care. And I'm very cognizant of that and I have empathy for them. Again, my primary concern is the well-being and safety of the children. But I certainly, with the litigants, and virtually all of them are represented by counsel, mostly appointed counsel. And on the appointed counsel, I'll do a wonderful job, I must say. But I do, and it does get very volatile and emotional in my court at times, understandably so. So I try to, let them take a break, give them Kleenex, things like that, just to make sure they understand that. And I sometimes say, I know what it's like. I'm a mother too. So I do have empathy for them. And then outside of the courtroom, I mean, I have to say Middletown has the best staff and marshals, in my opinion. And I talk to them all the time. I ask my clerks if we have a contentious hearing or trial do you think I overdid it on that one? Sometimes I have to speak sternly to the lawyers about not complying with court orders, but I do try to do it in a respectful manner.
Are you aware, again, I'm going through, I didn't see any letters in opposition to your reappointment. Are you aware of any opposition to your appointment?
No, and I looked, I didn't see any either.
All right, well, thank you very much for your responses. Good luck on, and thank you for your service to the state of Connecticut.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question, Representative Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Thanks for being with us. So you just mentioned sometimes having to be stern with lawyers in your court. Has there ever been a time where lawyers have complained you've been too stern, or your comportment has been sort of beyond the bounds that they would expect?
Not to my knowledge, and they've certainly never addressed those comments to me. I know some of them are not happy with some of my rulings, especially when they don't comply with standing orders, which is really important when I do the termination cases, because I need to have all those documents filed on a timely basis for the benefit of the parents as well as the children. So I do repeatedly remind them of doing that before their due date. And unfortunately, and I understand they have other hearings they have to be at. They have numerous cases they're assigned to, and I keep that in mind. So I've never found anyone in contempt or fine them.
So from 2017 to 2019, you were presiding judge of the Regional Child Protection Services docket,
Yes.
right?
Yes,
And that's the docket you're back on now?
yes.
Okay. When you were on that docket from 2017 to 2019, did you have a chance to see your judicial performance
Oh,
evaluation?
yes, I did. And I have to say, I was mortified when I saw that, because it went down, I think, 15 points from my last evaluation. And I just honestly, I went back because I keep copies of all my decisions and notes in my cases for every case I've ever heard. And I went back to that time period to see what possible case it was, or cases that was such that I got a poor evaluation. And I honestly could not figure out what it was. I know it's the attorneys that filed it, but I did, and I asked my clerks, but they couldn't remember. And I did talk to a couple of the other judges in the courthouse, and I said, geez, some of these attorneys were not happy with my conduct as far as how I conducted myself during the trials. And she, the judge I spoke to gave me some thoughts on how to handle it. And I really truly believe since then, there's never been an issue. If things start to get a little out of control, I just take a recess, and some of the attorneys get a little heated. Some of the litigants get heated. So I just tell the attorneys to go talk to their attorney or their client to try to calm them down a little. And because it really gets very emotional in the courts at times, which is understandable.
Okay. All right. Because I mean, at least the one I'm looking at, it looks like from 2017 to 2019, there were 36 lawyers who submitted performance
Yes, I saw that,
evaluations. The vast majority of those were lawyers who'd been practicing for over 10 years, so relatively experienced lawyers. And, they generally rated you good to excellent on legal ability and on your management skills, but gave you a solid D on comportment.
Yeah, I have to say I was just shocked by that, but I took it to heart, and I, self-evaluated. Again, I went through my decisions and my notes to see what possible case it was. So I understand one of the cases I know was the one that's referred to in my materials that's been subject to an extensive litigation. And I know that was one of them, but other than that, I've never yelled at anyone. I've never berated anyone. I am stern at times because they're not complying with the court orders, and that's delaying these cases and permanency for the children, which I take very seriously.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Fishbine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We heard a lot about there's more and more pro ses in our courtrooms, right? And the majority of the cases, I have to say, at least in my experience, have one pro se. It's rare that there's two lawyers, and I got to tell you, just because you have a JD doesn't mean you're a decent lawyer. Maybe the judicial branch should be looking at questionnaires for pro ses also. Now, how you ferret out, the disgruntled individual who doesn't know a lot about the process. Although, I got to tell you, there's some very knowledgeable pro ses. I just had a case in New Britain the other day, and the guy on the other side is pro se. He knows what he's doing. And I think, wasn't it a pro se recently won a case before the Supreme Court on a family
Yes,
matter?
I believe that, yes.
right?
I read that, yeah.
So, if we're going to get a whole picture as to what happens in the courtroom from these questionnaires, I think everybody who's in the courtroom should, those litigants, should be part of that questionnaire process, because in those cases, you may have ruled in favor of the pro se, and the lawyer is taking you to task through the questionnaire, but the pro se party is happy with what you did, ultimately with your decision and all that stuff. So, I think that maybe would enhance this evaluation process.
Oh, I think it would. I do think it would.
The other thing is, looking at the numbers that I've seen, you haven't gotten to the number of questionnaires that the judicial branch calls quantifiable, which I think the threshold is 25.
I believe so.
Since 2019. So why is that, since you've been basically doing the same job? Is it more administrative duties, or you're not hearing as many cases? What's going on?
I believe I was in Meriden for a portion of that time. I'm not sure.
You were in criminal.
Well, no, I just only covered when needed, when a judge could make it, but I did primarily the jury and civil trials, the court trials. But I did spend quite a bit of time doing small claims because the magistrates were coming in because of COVID. So I did a number of trials and hearing and damages and default judgments and small claims. So that might be why it's not. But then after 2019, I came back to CPS.
So I understand, magistrates aren't part of the questionnaire process. I don't believe. I could
Yeah,
be
because
proven wrong.
it's not they're not on the record. I'm not sure what the reasoning is behind that, but I did virtually all the small claims for that period of time.
Yeah. See, if I was making, you're still a judge, right?
Right.
So if you're doing small claims, you still have litigants in front of you. I don't know why I question it. Well, maybe it's because I know it was an unwritten rule, I think, that the hearing had to be an hour or more in order for it to trigger the questionnaire. So your small claims matters, not really an hour or more for the most part. So maybe
some
that's.
of them were, but I don't know what the reasoning is behind not giving them questionnaires. But I did have some very hotly contested small claims hearings, and I issued decisions and.
Okay, well, I thank you. I know the judicial branch is watching and listening, and maybe we can have a more robust conversation about that. So thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I have some questions about the question that's kind of before us. Representative Stashel started with the scores. So I take into account what Representative Fishman is talking about a different way of approaching this. But given what is in front of us, it's not an insignificant number of the people who were surveyed here that had an opinion that none of us would want to have, right? If I do some quick math, it's 12 or so had you in the fair to poor category. That's almost half of the people surveyed, right? So it is significant, which then makes me ask the question about how you handled it. And you seem to have thought about reviewing some of the stuff you've done and asking other folks. But I don't really hear in your response something that indicates to me that you've done something that would if there is actually an issue and when we're close to half the people being surveyed, that's a possibility, I think, right? So I don't hear anything in your response that indicates to me that you have put in place the type of systems that comport with the question that I've been asking, which is about systems of accountability. So I want to give you a chance to talk about that a little bit with us.
All right, well, since I became self-aware of it, I've gone out of my way to be as professional, pleasant, kind, and respectful to everyone in front of me in my courtroom. Whether it's a short hearing or a trial. I mean, you can only learn from once you learn what your mistakes are. And I really have taken that to heart since that rating came out. I've done my best to be, again, fair and impartial, but most of all, respectful to those in front of me, the lawyers and litigants. And I know sometimes tempers flare, and people get impatient because I'm not making a ruling they want or as quick as they want. And I keep that in mind. I understand. And I'm also well aware that for the litigants, this is a very frightening experience to come into a courtroom and sit in front of a judge and testify in front of a judge. So I can assure you that I have empathy for all the litigants. I do, especially because the vast majority of our cases are about the removal of the children from the home and the permanent removal of the children from the home. So I'm very well aware of that. I mean, I can just tell you that I'm cognizant of it, and as I go forward, I'll continue to strive not to engage in that behavior, such as it is.
I hear that, and I just want to say to you that looking at the other scores, if I'm doing a little quick math here, you probably have about 3, maybe 4 folks who rated you fair to poor on legal ability, but most of them rated you, of the same group of people, most of them rated you excellent, right? On the issue of management skills, I don't know, 5, right? I'm doing it off the top of my head, 5, right? So that same group of folks rated you pretty much excellent. And I don't know this, but looking at this, I would assume that if they were upset with you about just about the things that you're talking about, you probably wouldn't get that high. So I would just, I know this is difficult. I would just encourage to think about ways outside of yourself to do that judgment. I think it's important, and maybe you don't have an issue at all, but whether we have an issue at all or not, I think it is important for us to have ways for folks to bring to our attention, which at least at that time, maybe there wasn't, right? These issues.
But I can assure you, Senator Whipple, I have made sure that I have those issues at the forefront, and I'm very cognizant of my behavior in the courtroom and how I treat the people in my courtroom. I can assure you that. I can assure you it won't be a problem in the future.
I have a difficult time when folks tell me that they can assure me of something, but they can't provide me with the mechanism for doing that, right? I believe that everything you're saying about what you've done is true. I believe that you are making the effort you say, but it is a little bit difficult when folks can't provide me with the mechanism to guarantee that. Again, I said this the other day, on a day that we don't normally have, that maybe we will never have, on our worst day, if we don't have those mechanisms, I'm not sure that I or anyone else can guarantee that to anyone. And all I'm asking of everyone who appears before us and has the responsibility and power that you have is to think about that and try to figure out for themselves what those mechanisms are.
And as I said earlier, I do ask my clerk if there's a contentious hearing or trial. I'll ask my clerk, did I come on a little too strong with that particular witness or with that lawyer? And again, I did consult with my fellow judges in the courthouse about mechanisms they use when those same situations rise. So I'm not trying to dismiss it or, I mean, the only thing I can do is say, hopefully my future conduct in the courtroom will reveal itself with my future ratings. I don't know how else to assure you of that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Fishbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe you, okay?
Thank
So
you.
I just, I just want to put this into perspective for, there's a lot of people on this committee There's a lot of people in this committee have never been in a courtroom, okay? And, you know, understanding that you've got people before you that are listen, you know, they're vested in their case. They want a decision. And you've got to hear that stuff. But at the same time, you know, you've got a court reporter, they need a break at about 11, right? So, you know, you're listening to the testimony, you're watching the clock, I got to make sure they get a break. You got to break at 1, right? That's, you know, so you might be in the middle of scintillating testimony. You know, do I hold them over? Do I, you know, I got to make that decision on the fly. You got to ask staff, are you okay with staying for another 5 minutes? And then, you know, at the end of the day, you got to get out at 5, right? So, you know, it isn't like a desk job where you could say, well, you know, I'll stay over for another 10 minutes and I'll finish up this report. Or, you know, you're working at the factory and I'll stay on the machine, you know, and, you know, maybe get some overtime or something like that. You got to get out. And I got a little story to tell you about that. Okay. So when I clerked in New Britain many, many years ago, Judge Graham would keep us over all the time. And I was a law student, right? So I had to get from New Britain to Quinnipiac for class. And he'd always keep us over. And it was like 5:15, you know, and I was getting late for class. So one day I got a ladder in the courtroom and I took his clock in the courtroom and I moved it back 15 minutes. And then I went to him in his chambers and said, Judge, you know, your clock in your courtroom doesn't match the one in your chambers. I think they should match so that, you know, we're on time. Which one do you think we should change? And he said, well, what do you think, Greg? I said, we'll change the one in your chambers. You know, so for the remainder of the term, he was back 15 minutes and I was getting to class on time.
That's pretty
so,
smart.
you know, true story. So, you know, but that's an aspect of this, you know, sometimes you're rushed, you need to get out, that kind of stuff. And it's something, it's an aspect, perspective that it doesn't come off of the evaluations and that kind of stuff. So, you know, sitting here now, I believe you, and congratulations on your
Thank you very much. I
renomination.
appreciate it.
Comment or question from other members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
To be a state referee, the Honorable Holly Abery-Wetstone of West Hartford. Okay, if you'd raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to the committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You may provide us with your statement.
Good morning, co-chairs, Senator Winfield, Representative Safstrom, Vice Chairs Flexer, Fasano, Ranking Members, Senator Kissel, and Representative Fishbein, and members of the Judiciary Committee. I appreciate this time to appear before you today. I'd also like to thank Governor Lamont for nominating me for my first term as a state trial referee. During the past 23 years, I've had the honor and privilege of serving as a judge of the Superior Court. During the past 10 years, I've been assigned to Family and Juvenile Court in New Britain. I had a short break from September of 22 to June of 23 when I served in Hartford Family Court. It's been a privilege and honor to serve as a Superior Court judge, senior judge, and since July 2024, a judge trial referee. I would be grateful to serve another term, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee, Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hi, Judge. Nice to see you again. I've been before you quite a few times, not in the recent past. I just want to thank you in your questionnaire. You gave us very detailed information about the complaints that got dismissed. It's always interesting for those of us that actually read those questionnaires, you know, why, you know, we get asked the question a lot of times, why does somebody file a complaint against a judge? And when you learn, you know, when somebody files 315 motions in a particular case and they're particularly litigious and, you know, they're having rulings against them and then they lash out at the judge, you sort of understand. So I appreciate, because it's very well-written, in my opinion, narrative as to these various matters. And I appreciate that. And congratulations on your renomination.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Fishburne. Representative O'Dell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Thank you for your years of service to the state of Connecticut. And I truly am very thankful that you served a lot of that in the family courts and juvenile. So thank you for that. I know it hasn't been, I'm sure it hasn't been easy. The Robitis question that I ask everybody, how can you assure us going forward that Robitis will not be an issue for you coming up in the future?
I always think of litigants in front of me as myself in a medical situation. I don't understand the lingo. It's frightening. And so I treat the litigants in front of me as if I would want the medical personnel to treat me, which is to explain the process, explain why we were here, and tell them I don't expect them to be as comfortable as a lawyer, but we'll work together to resolve their issue.
In looking at the complaints, I do appreciate the fact that you were detailed in your analysis or description, I should say. I couldn't see a common theme. Most of them appeared to me to be about the decision itself and not about any temperament issues. Is that your understanding?
All but one were self-represented parties, and none of them were about deportment.
It was, I thought I saw somebody submit a proceeding from 2010. Have you had a chance to review any of the letters in opposition or comments in opposition?
Yes, I have.
And if you have a response to any of them in particular, please let us know. I mean, I don't want to go through everything, but if there was one particular letter that you read and wanted to respond to, we'd love to hear you.
There was only one letter that was accompanied by a transcript, as you said, from 2010, and a decision that was in front of a medical board or a psychiatric board, and an article in the newspaper. The transcript, I was saying I did not want to move 3 children who had been in therapy for 14 months with one therapist. I didn't think it was in their best interest to terminate the therapeutic relationship and transfer them to a new therapist. Subsequently, that therapist got in trouble. The ultimate one was in 2024. He was convicted of federal crimes of overbilling Medicaid and Medicare. I didn't know it at the time. It was 14 years later.
Yep.
So I had no clue.
All right. Well, I don't have any further questions. I appreciate your responses. Thank you for your years of service to the state of Connecticut. And I wish you good luck going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question from other members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Still morning. Next to be a state referee, the Honorable Gerald Adelman of Maryland. Good morning. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You may provide your statement.
Thank you.
And I'll just note that Representative Fishbein is recusing himself.
Yeah, he has an active case in front of me at the moment. Good morning, Chairman Winfield, Chairman Strafstrom, Senator Kissel, Ranking Member, Representative Fishbein, and other members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for taking your time to consider my reappointment. And I also want to thank, of course, Governor Lamont for nominating me for a 3rd term. I've been involved in law in Connecticut for 42 years, and the last 16 years have truly been the highlight of that experience. With the exception of my first 18 months on the bench handling criminal matters in Waterbury, I've been hearing family law cases throughout my judicial career. Most of the time I've served on the regional family trial docket located in the Middletown Courthouse. The RFTD, as it's known, handles referrals of complex family matters from various local courts. Those cases have been challenging as they often involve complex legal issues. Since June of 2016, I've served as a JTR, Judicial Trial Referee. Once we returned to court after the pandemic, I was assigned to work 4 days weekly instead of the normal 3 days. With the assignment of newer judges just recently, I'm now back to the permitted standard 3 days a week. In addition to my work as a JTR, I've represented the branch in various speaking engagements. Additionally, I've taught advanced family law at Quinnipiac University for the last 12 years. Until this current year, I've also administered my family's charitable foundation, providing scholarships to students seeking a career in nursing. We recently ended the foundation due to our advancing age. After a 25-year run, we donated the remaining funds to other charitable organizations. I would be most grateful for the opportunity to serve a third term and for your approval of my nomination. And I certainly would welcome any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Comments or questions from members of the committee? Comments or questions, Representative O'Dowd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Well, based on that opening, thank you for your, not only years of service to the state of Connecticut, but also your charity. You said it was a 25-year run, and
yeah,
did I understand correctly in mentoring and supporting financially nursing students?
Yeah, it was, we would give scholarships to high school graduates who are going on to become registered nurses through their college work.
Wow. Well, as a son of a registered nurse, thank you for all that work.
Now, as a husband of a registered nurse, I accept that. Thank you.
And I'm sincere about this. I don't want to waste the committee's time, but I would love to buy you coffee and talk to you about the family court system and what we can do to improve it. And I want to be clear for the record in the committee. My question, I don't know if you heard any of it from Wednesday.
I did.
I am not trying, and I was not trying to be critical in any way, shape, or form of any of the judges in Stanford family or any of the staff. I think we need to give them more resources. That was the focus of my questioning. But
well, the boogeyman in the past was going to Putnam.
Well, I've been there, and Stanford, I think the problem is really staffing, but I want to hear offline but any low-hanging fruit that you might be able to suggest to us.
I really look forward to doing that.
Thank you. I don't know if you have any suggestions here right now, quick, but
well, only one really. There are other things, but I think the most important thing that we would need in family court is funding to allow us to have psychological evaluations of certain parties. As it stands, when I first started practicing in '82, there was some money. We used to be able to get that. But that's long, long gone. And a private evaluation, you're really looking at like $15,000.
Wow.
So, we have Family Relations does a comprehensive evaluation, but it's not a psychological evaluation. And, unfortunately, some of the people who come before us do have mental health issues. And the purpose of the psychological evaluation would be to learn if that interferes with their ability to parent their children. So if there was some fund that could allow us to do that with people who couldn't afford the private evaluators, that would be a significant help.
Thank you for that. I see that you had 6 complaints all dismissed. I didn't see any common theme, anything about your temperament in any of those complaints that you're aware of?
There was one who was upset that I had told him that if he kept doing what he was doing, he might get referred to the local police for prosecution. This gentleman was not privately, but he hired a detective to root through the guardian ad litem's garbage and found that that attorney was taking some mild, mental health, for anxiety or whatever, I don't know. And he then brought that to the Middletown Police Department. And of course, they did nothing. And he said, well, it's not against the law. There is case law about garbage being, it's just a really despicable kind of thing to do. So I think that's the only one where I think my behavior was specifically addressed.
It looks like the 4, 5, and 6 were that they thought you were biased against them, but that wasn't a temperament issue as I read it. Is that
Right.
fair to say?
But yeah, bias is a typical complaint to people who, lose the valuation. We have under our practice book 1-22, if someone makes a claim for bias or asks for recusal, we're bound to have a hearing on it. Either the judge himself. In the past, I used to do my own, not wanting to deal with having other people deal with the same problem. But for many years now, I've been sending them out. And the last time, recently, one of the recent applications ended up in an attorney being disbarred for her behavior.
As far as the Robitis question going forward, how do you prevent yourself from being afflicted with Robitis at a personal level, and to help my good chair externally as well? So not only internally, how you create your ability to avoid a Robitis, but also how you measure that externally with some other input.
Sure. And Senator Winfield, thank you for explaining the rationale behind your question on Wednesday. It might have been hard for the people on Wednesday, but for us on Friday, it gives us an opportunity to think about it in advance. So I have quite a few methods. First of all, internally, I was a trial lawyer for 24 years. I know what it's like to be in front of a judge who's acting poorly. And I haven't forgotten that. I never try to embarrass a lawyer. We had a presiding judge in family in New Haven back in the 90s or early 200s, who used to tell us in chambers, we have 3 jobs as lawyers. And as judge, he said, he said, first, we want to protect the children. This is in family group. Second, we want to protect the lawyers. And then we'll worry about everybody else third. The other thing is my wife gave me a card many years ago. It's a quote from Maya Angelou. And it says, people may forget what you said to them, and people may forget what you did to them, but they'll never forget how you made them feel. Externally, I journal every day in court. I'm currently on my 22nd volume. And I reflect on what's gone on in the court. One of the advantages of having sat in Middletown for such a long period of time is I know all the staff, I know their names, the court reporters, the clerks, the sheriffs, and they know me. And they know that very often after, we take a break or after the case is over, I'll say to them, how do you think that went? What do you think? And they've been pretty blunt and, giving me their opinions because they know that's what I've been asking for. We also have the advantage of our cases being recorded. So if I have a question in my mind about what happened in a certain case, I'll go back and listen to the tape to try to think, when you read a transcript, you don't get a tone of voice, but in the tape, obviously you do. I had a situation recently where I really thought that perhaps I had been too harsh on this one fella. And so I listened to the tape. I had two of my oldest clerks listen to the tape. And then I brought in two other judges to listen to the tape and give me their opinion. And they all said, yeah, you were stern, but you certainly didn't cross the line. You certainly didn't abuse the gentleman. And you know, I'm 78. And so my wife said to me when this current term coming to end, you think you still have it? And she said, why don't you ask some people? So I asked the chief court administrator, the chief family judge, the presiding judge in family in Middletown, and two other judges in the Middletown court. And they all gave me very good ratings. So I applied. And I know the branch told us not to talk about our wives, but my ultimate critic is my wife, who's with me here today. She makes sure, you know, I just keep my pants on one leg at a time. And as I tell my friends and colleagues frequently, we're all just political appointees. That's how I do it.
Well, thank you very much for that response, for your years of service to the state of Connecticut, for your charitable work, and for sitting through this questioning of me here today. And in the future, I would like to talk to you offline about how we can improve things, as you're someone who's clearly been through
I'd be happy
the
to do
battles.
that.
So thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative O'Day, and you never waste this committee's time. So don't think that at all. Judge, thank you for thinking about that question. Thank you for thinking about that question and providing us with an answer that takes into account things like the difference between a transcript and a recording. That's important. Representative Fazzino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Judge Adelman, and congratulations on your renomination.
Thank you.
I can think of two really, really big Notre Dame football fans on this panel, so we're going to try really hard to not hold the Ohio State connection against you in the upcoming vote.
I think I'm the only person who went to Ohio State who never went to a football game.
That is shocking. Wow.
Woody Hayes was there at the time.
It's really good team. So as long as you publicly apologize for Monday, I think we should be on good terms. I just wanted to, I asked our first speaker about this as well, but I noticed you have over a decade of experience at Quinnipiac Law School, and I just wanted to afford you the opportunity to offer any reflections you might have as to how your experience with legal education has informed your perspective as a judge, what has worked well in legal education over the last 10 years, and what can we improve on in the way we educate our law students in the next 10 years.
Okay. Thank you for that question. I am very proud of that work. I was first brought into this class by now retired Judge Linda Monroe, who had started the class. It's a trial practice class. And I'm happy to say that the people who've taken my class have had an overwhelmingly high percentage of not only passing the bar on the first time, but virtually all of them who stayed in Connecticut to practice. We did have some people from out of state. All the Connecticut people got jobs right out of law school with really good firms. And it really makes me happy now that I see people, lawyers come before me who have been my students, and what a good job they've done. I do this, I co-teach with a Fairfield County lawyer, a Stanford lawyer, Amy McNamara. And we've been told by firms, especially firms in Fairfield County, that the students that come out of our trial practice class are really, most of the time, better than a second-year associate. We deal with practical, we have hearings, trial, the final exam is a trial. And these people know how to present evidence. They know how to make an argument. They know how to object appropriately. They know the appropriate demeanor in the courtroom. And so I think more practical applications is really, really helpful. I know that when I passed the bar in 1982, New Haven County Bar Association had a series of classes called Finding the Courthouse Steps. And it was like, you know, one evening a week for about 3 or 4 weeks. And one night it would be lawyers from family, one would be criminal, one would be real estate lawyers. And they gave us the practical information we needed to be able to do those things. And they also gave us forms that we could use. So I think the Quinnipiac Law School has really built a significantly good reputation. I could even say that with Representative Fishbein being gone. And they've done it by having a lot of practical experience for their students. Thank you for the question.
You're welcome, and thank you for the very thoughtful answer. I can recall not that long ago going through the classroom experience, and I really do believe if you don't use it, you lose it. But also, more importantly, if you never learned it in the first place, it's that much harder to develop those skills later on in your practice. So thank you for your work in that department, and I'm glad that it's been an overwhelmingly positive experience for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question, Representative Quinn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's my turn to get a crack at him, I guess. But in all seriousness, Judge Adelman and I have known each other for close to 30 years now. He was my boss for the first 7 years that I practiced, and then my partner for the last 3 before he left for the bench. And I can't believe it's been 16 years, because it just seems like yesterday. And I can assure everyone on the committee that this is a man who puts an incredible amount of thought into any decision that he makes, treats everyone with the same level of fairness. And being my first law job out of law school, he was an excellent teacher, mentor, and person to learn from and live by. And the way that he conducts himself is how I think that I would conduct myself, because it was always putting the concerns of the clients first. And it's just an honor for me to be able to sit here and have a role in seeing you serve for another 8 years.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Quinn. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question from other members of the committee? Representative Dillon. Your hand just went down. Representative Dillon.
Yes, thank you, and congratulations on your nomination. I was really interested in your comments about the journal. And I've heard very good things about you. I did not know about the Ohio State connection, and with all due respect to Representative Pedino, I have a degree from Ohio State as well, and I guess that's all I'm going to say about that. But except that I met my husband there, and so we don't mess with that. But Woody Hayes was a little bit of a tyrant, so I can understand. I went to the basketball games, but I'm really interested and impressed at the questionnaires and at the testimony today, and I just wanted to dig a little bit more into how helpful the journal is to you.
Well, I think it's been very helpful. So I started my active judicial career after judges school on Friday the 13th, March 13th, in Waterbury, doing the GA. And when I had my birthday later in June, one of the gifts I got was a blank journal. And so I just started doing it, and it's a daily reflection of what the previous day was like. Sometimes it's very factual, sometimes it's more philosophical, but it's, you know, I think best by talking or writing, and writing the journal just really helps me get into a deeper level of my thoughts. And in terms of, you know, how a case went, it's a good tool for the reflection.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question from other members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you, Senator.
Next, we'll hear from the Honorable Brian T. Fischer of Madison to be a senior judge of the Superior Court. Good afternoon on the dot. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You may provide your statement.
Good morning, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, and Representative Fishbein, who I think will be joining us, and all other members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Brian Fischer. I would like to thank Governor Lamont for considering to renominate me for a new term as a state referee. For the past 24 years, I've had the honor and privilege of serving as a judge. During the last 8 years, I have been assigned to the New Haven Judicial District, where I've handled criminal and civil matters. On the criminal side, I handle arraignments in the motor vehicle docket. On the civil side, I handle court trials, pre-trials, and mediations. It has been an honor and privilege to serve the people of the state of Connecticut as a judge, and I would be grateful to receive your approval to serve another term. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have of me.
Thank you. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question, Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've had the pleasure of knowing Judge Fischer for probably close to 20 years at this point, since he was assigned to the Meriden Court. And one of the things that I really appreciate about Judge Fischer is his allegiance to the Boston Red Sox. And oftentimes, no matter what issue I was in chambers with him on, we needed to have a conversation about the Red Sox before we did anything else. As I said with Judge Adelman, Judge Fischer is someone who I have a deep respect for. I've been honored to know him for as long as I have, and can also assure the committee that this is a gentleman who treats all litigants fairly, and is always personable and not suffering from robitis when he's on the bench. So I just want to say I'm also honored to be able to cast a vote on your renomination and wish you success in the next term.
Thank you for your kind words.
Thank you, Representative Quinn. Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
First, thank you for your years of service to the state of Connecticut.
You're welcome.
And my good colleague, Representative Quinn, asked and testified on your behalf about your robitis. I have not had the honor of appearing before you. So while I'm certain that Attorney Quinn is correct and Representative Quinn is correct in his assessment, for the rest of us, can you just tell us what kind of grounds, what grounds you to help you fight off the robitis affliction as a judge?
Sure. Well, I acknowledge that the courtroom, it's a very intimidating place for the public, for litigants. You know, the judge sits up there on the bench with the black robe and people come in front of you. Very, very intimidating process. I strive to treat every individual who appears in front of me with the respect, the dignity, and the judicial demeanor that they deserve. And that is whether it is a speeding ticket, which we do a lot of in the GA in New Haven, or a murder case. And it's the same whether it's a medical malpractice case or a slip and fall. You need to treat everybody, in my humble opinion, with the same demeanor and respect and dignity. And I strive to do that. I'm hopeful that I've done that over the last 24 years. And I would hope to continue that if I'm lucky enough to be appointed again. You know, my external system, as some of my colleagues have said, is, I have great respect for the colleagues I work with. When we have difficult cases, I'm not shy to share with my colleagues whether I handle the situation appropriately or not, and listen to their good advice and make any appropriate changes of how to handle that situation differently in the future. So that's the best I try to do to avoid robitis.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I read your response to question 19 about complaints. As far as I can tell, I guess it was that one complaint that was dismissed. And that, as I understand your response, it was because a juror was selected that the person who ended up being pro se didn't like. And as you quite appropriately point out, and as a trial attorney, I picked hundreds of jurors, thousands maybe, over the years. It's not up to the judge to pick the juror, correct?
And just to correct you, Representative, he was represented by counsel, so he wasn't pro se. So he had defense counsel with him, no problem. And the defendant, it was a sexual assault case, and he was convicted. And then later, he brought a complaint against his attorney and yours truly for him being upset that, that I allowed a juror to be seated on the case, but it was dismissed.
Well, thank you for that. And thank you for your years of service to the state of Connecticut, and good luck going forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. Judge Fischer, you're far too humble. First of all, your reputation as an excellent jurist is well known. When I talk to folks that practice in New Haven, I've never had the opportunity to, other than take the bar exam down there many, many decades ago. But the folks that I do know that practice in the New Haven area where you preside have nothing but high things to say about you, great things to say about you. But the thing that I say that you're too humble is, for my House colleagues, they may not be aware, and other folks that are watching, is that, and I think that it's worth noting that you volunteered to give your kidney to my colleague, Senator Looney, the President Pro Tem of the Senate, someone that you got to know through his practice down there and other connections. And I just think that's a very selfless act. I can make jokes about that or things, but really seriously, when you say I'm willing to go under the knife and go through a risky surgery that's unnecessary for me to help save the life of someone else, whether it's the President Pro Tem of the Senate, an individual who has given his life to public service. He and I came into the Senate at the same time, which is now 17 terms ago. And he was in the House for over a decade before that. He's an individual, while we disagree politically on a lot of things, I have the utmost respect for and love for. And it's been a real honor for me to be engaged in public service all these years. And so I just think that you deserve to be commended for that. It has nothing to do with your renomination per se, but it's clearly an indication of a selfless individual who's willing to put a lot of thought into giving of himself. And I think that that is reflected in your reputation on the bench as well. So I'm going to be very happy and honored to support your renomination. And thank you for continuing with your public service. Thank you, Chairman Winfield.
Thank you very much, Senator Kissel, for those very kind remarks. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Senator Kissel. Representative Fishman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
It's actually afternoon, sorry. Nice to see you again.
Good to see you.
I'd be remiss if I didn't just say hi and congratulations on your renomination. You know, you've always had a very even keeled demeanor to me, or has been my impression. You know, when I was a young lawyer back 23 years ago, I think you were one of the first judges that I appeared before. And, you know, as a young lawyer, I said some things in court. I filed some stuff that, you know, perhaps was a little over the top, but I was, you know, trying to represent my client to the best. And you were always very even keel. And I think as I sit here today, I am the person I am because of you were even keel, and it's sort of like wore off on me. So I very much appreciate you seeing you in the halls in the Haven Courthouse every once in a while, and haven't been before you in a few years. But once again, congratulations on your renomination.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Fishbein. Comment or question from other members of the committee? Comment or question? If not, thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you.
Next, to be a state referee, we have the Honorable Joseph P. Flynn of Ansonia. Good afternoon. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You may provide your statement.
Good morning, Senator Winfield and Chair Staffstrom, ranking members, Senator Kissel, and Representative Fishbein, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I thank the governor for reappointing me, and I appreciate this opportunity. I became a member of the bar in 1965 after graduating from Georgetown, and practiced law in Ansonia for approximately 20 years, except for some time off for active duty in the service. And that was a broad general practice. We had criminal cases, divorce cases, accident cases, labor cases, and zoning cases, and many other types of general matters. And I then was appointed by Governor O'Neill. I served in 11 different places: Stanford, Norwalk, Danbury, twice in some of these places, also in Bridgeport, and in Waterbury, Meriden, New Haven, Derby, and Milford. And I learned something in all of those places. There are different types of cases in each one. I met many different types of lawyers, and I came to the conclusion early on the bench that lawyers were very often a help, and they are not the enemies of the judge, but commissioners of the court can be very helpful in many types of cases. After about 16 years on the trial bench, I was appointed deputy court administrator and acted in that role for a short time, and then was appointed to the appellate court, where I've sat for the last 20 years, most of the last part of it as a senior judge and then a referee. I've enjoyed that very much, would like to continue. I still hear appeals by designation of the Chief Justice and the Chief Judge of the Appellate Court. And in addition to that, I also involve myself in pre-argument conferences, trying to settle appeals before further expenses incurred. I've had some luck with some very difficult Fairfield County divorces, where we were able to resolve the case with the help of the lawyers who were involved, and also settle some pending motions in the Superior Court as well with respect to those things. Also, many other types of cases that have come before me. Some cases simply can't be settled for a variety of reasons, and we have to respect that. And with those, we're then marking the case as resolved in terms of its pretrial or pre-argument conference, And then it goes on to the appellate briefing. I also was appointed by Chief Justice Robinson to be a member of the council that reviews complaints against probate judges. And I was elected chair of that, and then was reappointed by Chief Justice Mullen. That involves a considerable amount of time where we investigate these matters. Two of them went to public hearings in this very building and resulted in formal discipline. Many others were dismissed, and others have resulted in more confidential private admonishments. I'm hoping to continue with this work as long as it makes sense. And I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Well, thank you for that. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question, Representative O'Day. Wait, I'm sorry. I meant to go to Representative Staffstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to try to steal Representative O'Day's thunder here and try to avoid some questions for you, Judge Flynn, because certainly we know as a fellow Fairfield Stag, it wouldn't be in your nature to suffer from robitis. The Jesuits simply would not allow that, so we can avoid that. Unlike those guys out of Providence College that may sometimes be afflicted by it, we Jesuits are not. But more to the point, Judge, I can't believe you're back before us again. I've been on this committee now for, I don't know, 11 years. I've been chairing it for 7. And I think one of the nicest notes I ever got from anybody who's ever appeared before this was a handwritten note I got from you last time you were before us on reconfirmation. And if we need any greater evidence of a lack of robitis, I think that note was it. I know I've talked to some colleagues who've been before you on trying to resolve some of those complex divorce cases in Fairfield County, and you know, the fact that at 84 years old you're still willing to give your time, your experience, your talent to try and keep some of those cases from tying up the appellate docket, I think is a true testament to you. And I just I wanted to thank you for your willingness to be back before us again this year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from members of the committee? Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Good to see you. It's been a number of years since I've had any kind of settlement discussions with you, but I would agree with my good chair, knowing that having appeared before you, I know robitis is not an issue. I guess my one question, my father played basketball at Georgetown the year you when you were in law school, and then my uncle, I think, graduated with you at law school. I don't know if you recognize the name, but I'm sure it's been a number of years. I just wanted to say thank you for not only your service in the military, but your service to the state of Connecticut as a state senator, now as a judge for these many years. It's good to see you there, and the state is lucky to have you coming back for more. So thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to make a statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, next, we have the Honorable Bruce P. Hudock of Old Greenwich to be a state referee.
Memory lane.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God or under penalty of perjury. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, and Representative Fishman.
as well as distinguished members of this committee. My name is Bruce Hudock, and I am seeking reappointment as a judge trial referee. Firstly, I wish to thank Governor Lamont for nominating me for another term. I would indicate that it occurs to me that I've never really fully expressed my gratitude to my wife for the strength and the courage that she has shown for the past 40 plus years. She'll probably be upset with me because I'm having a senior moment as to how long we have been married. During the past 8 years, my assignment as a judge of the Superior Court has been to the Judicial District of Stamford, Norwalk, primarily handling post-arraignment and pretrial disposition dockets. With the reopening of court after COVID and the merger of the Stamford and Norwalk courts, I continued to preside over the same dockets, averaging 5 days a week. That is until March the 17th, 2022, when I turned 70 and became a judge trial referee. Presently, I preside over the same dockets, but not more than 3 days, mostly 2 days, sometimes 3 days. As before, I remain available 24/7 to review and sign search and arrest warrants, a practice that I've maintained since 1978, when I was first appointed a prosecutor. I can't promise that I'll be smiling if they show up at a late hour, but they're welcome. I thank you for the opportunity to appear before this committee, and I welcome any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Many of us, when we get into these positions and everything is going through our head and we're trying to say things, forget our partner. So good on you for what you said today. Comment or question for members of the committee? Comment or question? Yes, Representative Odette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for your years of service as someone who practices in Stamford often, but not in criminal court.
Not in criminal court.
I will say that in everyone I've spoken to has spoken very highly of you. I will just note that there was a letter in opposition. I don't know if you saw it.
I did.
I don't know if there's any response you want to make to it. There was one that just opposed every judge because of the death penalty not being here, but so I'm not addressing that one. There's another one. I don't know if you read, if you want to address it or not, it's up to you, but I just want to give you the opportunity.
No, I really don't want to comment.
Okay, that's fine. I note that all the complaints were dismissed.
Yes.
It appeared to me in reviewing them that they didn't have anything to do with your temperament or issues in that regard. Is that fair to say?
It's fair to say. It was not easy to maintain a decorum with some of these gentlemen, I have to admit.
And how would you describe for the committee how you're able to maintain a balanced or fair temperament as a judge sitting in criminal matters in particular?
Well, I enjoy interacting with people. Perhaps I may talk a little too much, but I just enjoy it. And I don't know what else to say.
Fair enough, Your Honor. Thank you again for your years of service and your responses, and I wish you good luck going forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Comment or question from others? Representative Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Judge Hudock, I am up on the screen in front of you, and I'm very sorry I'm not there in person to see you. I just wanted to relay to the committee that I've known Judge Hudock for well over 30 years. And I believe we first met when you were a state's attorney in Stamford, sitting in an office, the old Stamford courthouse with a leaky roof and buckets catching the rain. And I believe it was in my Uncle Gene Callahan's old office. And I was a wet behind the ears, newly appointed probation officer. And this committee should know that Judge Hudock treated us staff, even the new staff, with such respect and wanted us to just be integral members of the court process, and also reflect on his career as a judge. I did interact with him as when he was on the bench as well, the juvenile bench, and it's just a pleasure to see you in front of the Judiciary Committee and be able to take part in your reappointment today. And I just want the committee to know that he's a qualified person with a great demeanor and has made so many great decisions over the years. And I do appreciate your kindness to the court staff. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to address Judge Hudock.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Representative. All right, comment or question from members of the committee? Comment or question? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Have a great afternoon.
You too.
Next, to be a state referee, the Honorable Fleming L. Norcott of New Haven. Judge, if you'd raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you provide to the committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You may proceed.
I've been a judge. I've been a member of the judiciary for 46 years, more than half of my life, 22 on the Connecticut Supreme Court. I will not be back here again.
Is that the full statement?
Yes, sir.
Representative Fishbein.
That was unusual. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you. I wanted to ask you, in your questionnaire, particularly question number 9, the question is, what areas of law do you enjoy the most as a judge and why? And your answer was, I enjoy appellate work because it provides me with the ability to study new areas of the law and to correct errors that might be harmful to the profession. What did you mean by that? I'm trying to figure out, litigants come before the appellate court, or what profession are you talking about?
The legal profession.
Okay, so can you just expound on what it was an unusual response.
Well, you watch football?
I don't actually.
Well, people who
5
watch-
years now.
People who watch football know that there is instant replay now. Coach can throw a red flag, challenge, goes up to the booth, look and see if something was wrong on the field. Instant replay booth tries to correct it for the betterment of the game. That's what I do.
Okay. I guess there's a different way of looking at that. It's for the betterment of the outcome. Right? For the litigants, the players on the field, right?
It's always for the players.
The guy
on the
who
field,
runs
the litigants.
into the end zone, whether or not it's a touchdown,
Well,
he's got an individual want there, right? His stats, maybe, more heralding, all of that stuff. He's got his individual, it's not about NFL football so much to me. I mean, maybe that's the way you're looking at this.
Well, I mean, the players on the field are the litigants. It's always for the benefit of the litigants.
Well, that's why that's jumped out at me, right?
Well, I may have inartfully put it, but that's what it's about.
So before you all proceed, even though it's not an unfriendly back and forth, I need for one individual to respond and then the other, so that everyone can follow the conversation.
Gotcha.
You may proceed, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just, we've heard a lot. This is our second day of talking about judges. We've heard a lot about pro ses in our courts, right? And pro ses in our appellate process, and they're not in the profession, with all due respect. of, you know, doing these cases. So I would hope that we're looking at more than just those individuals that are in the profession of litigating cases. Because certainly from my perspective, at the end of the day, there's individual interests that come before any court. So that jumped off at the page at me, and I felt appropriate to ask. That's all I wanted to ask about. I've read a lot of your decisions. I've enjoyed them, and congratulations on your renomination.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Representative. Representative O'Day, no?
I just want to, just real quick, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, having not appeared before you recently or had any interaction, I do want to let you know that everybody I've talked to has nothing but the greatest things to say about you. I did like the fact that you're a football official.
I was.
So you're not doing that anymore, huh?
I'm 81.
Okay. Fair enough. You don't look it. But no, just wanted to thank you for your years of service to the state of Connecticut and wish you well going forward.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dillon. Representative Dillon. Are there other?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Your Honor. I just want to congratulate you on your reappointment and to thank you for your long service. And also to thank you for staying so involved in the community. I remember pretty clearly you attending the unveiling of the stamp when the community honored Constance Baker Motley. So you keep your hands on the or your feet on the ground, and in addition to what you've done throughout your career, you're still active and supportive, and that's really, really important. Thank you for what you've done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dillon. Further comment or question from members of the committee? Further comment or question? If not, thank you very much for joining us today.
Good luck.
Sometimes we need it. Up next to be a senior judge of the Superior Court, the Honorable Richard N. Palmer, West Hartford. If you raise your right hand. All right. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information you'll provide to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you here today. I also wish to thank Governor Lamont for renominating me. I sincerely appreciate his confidence in me, and if I'm confirmed, I'll do everything in my power to justify that confidence. Way back in March 1993, following a number of years in private practice and service as United States Attorney for Connecticut and then Chief State's Attorney, then Governor Weicker nominated me to the Supreme Court, where I served as an Associate Justice until my retirement in 2020 at age 70. Since then, I've been serving as a judge trial referee. My assignments as a JTR include sitting on the appellate court as requested by the Chief Judge, conducting trials in the child protection session of the Superior Court in Middletown, which generally have involved matters concerning petitions for the termination of parental rights, and holding pre-argument conferences in cases that have been decided in the Superior Court and are pending an appeal to the appellate court. I also make recommendations to the Supreme Court concerning the possible transfer of cases from the appellate court directly to the Supreme Court. During the course of my long tenure on the Supreme Court, I was privileged to serve in a number of different positions, including Chair of the Criminal Justice Commission, Chair of the Client Security Fund Committee, Chair of the Judicial Branch's Public Access Task Force, Co-Chair of the Federal State Council, Co-Chair of the Appellate Rules Committee, Administrative Judge for the Appellate and Supreme Courts, a member of the state judiciary's executive committee, a board member of Lawyers Concerned for Lawyers, and a visiting lecturer at the Yale Law School and an adjunct professor at the Quinnipiac University School of Law, where I taught seminars on the intersection of legal ethics and litigation. Currently, I'm chairperson of the Public Defender Services Commission, vice chair of the Board of Directors of the Justice Education Center, and a member of the Board of Directors of the Hartford Foundation for Public Giving. It's been a great honor for me to serve as an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court and now as a judge trial referee. I know full well how extraordinarily fortunate I am to have been afforded these opportunities, and I hope that you will see fit to allow me to continue to serve as a JTR for another term. I'm happy, of course, to answer any questions you may have, and thank you.
Thank you. Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Winfield. Judge Palmer, it's great to see you. Thank you for your years and years of public service in so many various capacities. And actually, I think when you may have been 8 years ago, I got a really nice note from yourself as well. So thank you. I guess my question has to do with what I observed recently as you were presiding over the Public Defenders Commission. And, you know, that was a little bit of a baptism by fire for sort of a new group. And I was just wondering, you know, that whole situation with the chief public defender and the extensive hearings and all of that. What did you learn, or what can we learn from that to maybe allow the commission to operate better, if anything, or is it okay the way it is, given what you've handled recently?
That's a very good question. I think that based on my experience on the commission has the tools and authority that it needs to exercise its essential supervisory authority over the management of the Division of Public Defender Services. What has happened over the last 6 to 8 months, you know, is very unusual for that commission, really unprecedented, or for any other commission that I've been on. I don't think it would be appropriate for me to, and I don't think you're asking me to get into, you know, sort of details of what occurred, because there's litigation surrounding that now, as you may know. But I think that the appointing authorities, which include the Chief Justice, the Governor, members of leadership in the legislature, did an excellent job. I won't include myself in that group, but with the other members of the commission. And we've worked hard to try to, to do what we felt we had to do, and to try going forward to ensure sort of calm and confidence, you know, in that division first and foremost, because of its very important charge. So I don't know if that answers your question. I'm not sure that I can think of anything in particular that would be useful for the commission to have that it doesn't already have. I should just say this in addition, finally. I also served on the Criminal Justice Commission, and the charge of the Criminal Justice Commission is simply to appoint the various prosecutors, from the chief state's attorney on down to the newly appointed deputy assistant state's attorneys. I didn't know this until I was appointed to chair the Public Defender Services Commission, but the role of that commission is much greater. Not only do we appoint all the members of the division, but we also act in a supervisory capacity with respect to budgetary matters, personnel matters, policy matters. And so the commission has a full plate. And when it works well with the leadership of the division, whether it's the chief or the deputy chief or others,
it's a perfectly satisfactory, relationship. And I think, things operate well. And when there's a breakdown in that regard, it can be problematic. And unfortunately, that's what occurred over the last year and a half. So that said, I don't know if that's fully responsive to your question. It's longer than I wanted it to be. I hope it was somewhat helpful. But I'm happy to try to answer any other specific questions that you might have.
Well, yeah, that was responsive. And obviously, just like when you were on the Supreme Court, I'm not going to question the underlying facts that you tried in that particular matter. I just didn't know. I think because the public defender side versus the state's attorney side operate completely differently, and that's been brought to my attention on this committee for a number of years. The role of the commission is different because of that. And I guess I was just wondering if you have enough resources or tools to effectuate that much more complex relationship. And as you indicated, without any kind of retrospective on the actual matter that's, as you indicated, is currently on appeal, just whether the resources are adequate, whether people know what they're getting into when they get appointed to that situation. And as you said, I would think that, when things are running swimmingly, the time commitment is probably manageable. When things maybe aren't, when there's a friction or where there's like a giant issue that has to be resolved, whether the one that you just went through and the commission or something else. Let's say there's some huge budget deficit that has to come to terms with. Whether folks are adequately staffed and resourced and apprised of the extra duties that come into play. So I guess just a very brief follow-up, is there anything that we as a legislature should be mindful of going forward that would make the job not only more responsive, but so that the folks on there feel that they're not just like left out in left field without the right amount of staff or resources to do the job?
I very much appreciate your concern in that regard. And the commission itself, we really don't have a budget to speak of any more than the Criminal Justice Commission has a budget. All the members serve are volunteers, and but there are people in the division itself who are assigned to work with us, including, for example, the counsel to the commission, who's also counsel to the division, who's been extraordinarily helpful. And other people in leadership in the division have assisted us as we've sort of traveled the path that we've been, that we headed down. When you ask if there's any way to make it clear what people are getting themselves into, I think that we all, those of us who are serving on the commission now, had an idea that this was not going to be the sort of run-of-the-mill service on the Public Defender Services Commission that it might have been over the last 15, 20, 30 years, because of circumstances that led to our appointment. As you may recall, the prior commission resigned pretty much en masse. One member stayed, but everybody else resigned. And so there needed to be an appointment to fill virtually all the vacancies. And so we were under no illusion that this would be a challenging time. I can say that without getting, again, too deeply into the circumstances, that we all hoped that we would be able to move forward with the then current chief public defender. And that was our strong intent and hope and anticipation. Unfortunately, and it's become a matter of public record. The reasons are a matter of public record. We were unable to do that. And, it's resulted in meetings that started, we meet once a month, and the meetings begin at 4:30, and they would routinely go until 9:30, 10 o'clock, 10:30. We had one meeting that went till midnight. And this happened, and sometimes we would have more than one meeting a month. Now, I think that will be, and there's not much to be done about that. It just, when you have these kinds of issues to deal with, there's sort of no way to avoid it, I'm afraid. And I really have to say publicly, for what it's worth, that I really so appreciate the members of the commission for taking the time that they have. Unlike me, many of them really have real jobs, and it's very much, it could be seen as an imposition on their, other things that they have to do. So, but overall, I think that the commission is well situated to do the work that it needs to do. It has the authority that it needs to have. And for that, I appreciate the way the legislation is drafted.
Well, thank you again, Your Honor, for your years of service in so many different capacities. Over 30, when I first got elected 33 years ago, I had to give up my position as a special public defender. It was an outside contract that I had done for a number of years. But and as much as I try to, on many occasions, take more of a law and order kind of position, there's always going to be a soft spot in my heart for the folks over in the public defender's office. And I hate to see it dysfunctional for whatever reason. And it's not a judgment on what's transpiring. That is far away from anything that I have any knowledge of other than what I watch on CTN and what you've gone through. But thanks for taking on great challenges. I may not always agree with your decisions when you were on the Supreme Court, but that is now water under the bridge and over the dam. And but I certainly appreciate your legal prowess and every other factor that we look at on this committee. And you are highly regarded by folks on all sides of the issues. And again, I want to congratulate you on your renomination and look forward to your continued public service. Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Kissel. Could I just add one other thing? And I'm reminded of this. I should have mentioned this earlier based on something you just said, Senator, and that is that the overriding goal and interest of the commission is to make sure that the division is operating with the efficiency and effectiveness that is required to represent the indigent clients and their indigent clients of this state in the best way, most effective way possible. And I think we're certainly, I'm quite confident we're making progress in that direction.
Thank you. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Justice Palmer. Nice to see you again.
Same here.
We were together a month and a half ago or so on one of those pre-argument conferences, and I want to thank you for the benevolence that you showed. My client, the notice comes out and it says, have everybody there. And, that particular case, emotional for my client. And, I reached out and I said, it may be harmful if she was forced to come to Hartford to talk about a case that she was successful in. And you benevolently permitted her not to be there. And I appreciate that. And certainly once we got in the room and, it was pretty clear the case is not settleable. You didn't sit there and, go out there and call your client and try and do something. You said, okay, I understand. And, on this side of the table, I appreciate that. And I appreciate how you deal with people and dealt with us on that day. There was a portion of your, I wanted to ask, so, usually in my experience, JTRs are in a particular courthouse and, they may get an assignment in that particular courthouse for that day, because there's a bunch of civil stuff and there's double booking and all that stuff. But it appears like you're all over the place to a certain extent. And I don't mean that, mentally or anything like that, but just, triage, because you're doing juvenile, which I think is rare. So how did those assignments come into your lap?
I guess I'm called sort of an appellate JTR because as a former member of the Supreme Court, like all former members of the Supreme Court and all former members of the appellate court, we can also serve as JTRs on the appellate court. So that's how that happened. With regard to the juvenile experience, juvenile court experience, I expressed to a close friend who's also a JTR who happened to be doing some work in the child protection area in Hartford that I was interested in doing trials, not necessarily cases involving child protection matters, but any kind of trials. I had been able to do a few trials when I was on the Supreme Court over the summers, and I tried cases as a lawyer, and I very much enjoyed that. And having done a lot of appeals over the years, I knew that I would really be engaged in trial work. It's more, I don't need to tell you, because you're there a lot, you know, in the trenches and dealing with people, real people, not cases on appeal and stuff, which you're dealing with real people, but from a distance. This is not from a distance. And this colleague said to me, well, Judge Westbrook, who headed up the juvenile at the time, indicated that she might be interested in having another person in the Middletown office to handle cases. And he said, do you mind if I have her call you? And I said, no, I'd be delighted to speak to her. So she called me right away, and Judge Westbrook is a very efficient person. And the conversation lasted about 30 seconds. She said, Justice Palmer, I'm so delighted that you want to do this, and we can use you, and please give Judge Bergdorf a call as soon as you can, and she'll set you right up. Thanks, and have a great day. And that's how it happened, and that's how I started to do it. And I wasn't even positive that I wanted to. I thought I was having a conversation with Judge Westbrook, who could sort of explain to me what I was getting into, but that didn't happen, and I'm delighted it happened that way. But and so I've been doing these cases with a lot of guidance from Judge Bergdorf and others. Judge Quinn, who's the former chief court administrator, is sitting in Middletown as well in that session, and she's been wonderful also. And so I've had the opportunity to try cases, interact with lawyers and parties, and it's not as you all know or can imagine, cases involving the potential termination of parental rights are not easy cases for anybody, least of all the people and the parties involved, and even the lawyers. But it's been a fascinating and challenging experience, and if I had to give up something that I'm doing, that would be the last thing I'd give up.
Yeah, it keeps us spry. On our toes, and
exactly.
And so it is
more spry than I thought I was.
Well, you're anyway. It is unusual, and I appreciate you reaching out and volunteering essentially to take on that assignment. But congratulations on your renomination.
Thank you.
Representative Hudock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
I hate to admit this, but my good ranking member and I are thinking alike today. I was just going to say, if what was that famous line from a movie? If we knew nothing about you other than that just last colloquy, it's impressive and amazing. The fact that you're volunteering to go to juvenile and take on that role when, frankly, you've been at the pinnacle at a very young age. And I can't tell you how impressive it is, your response to question 9 and how you volunteered to go to the juvenile, the most difficult cases. Most people would want to ride off in the sunset doing civil litigation like I do now, but it speaks volumes to you as a person and your character. So thank you.
Well, thank you.
And I'm not going to go over the infamous or famous footnote 69 again. You and I had gone toe to toe on that a number of years ago. But you answered our questions, and I appreciated that then, and I do now. And reflecting on an amazing legal career that you've had, and I mean that sincerely. You've really been at the pinnacle. So any words of advice, other than, maybe some footnotes to the good Chief Justice who's here, at a similar age? You were, what, 43 when you ascended to the Supreme Court. I'm sure you've had offline conversations, but anything you could share with us? The Chief Justice?
You know, I don't think at this point, having served on the court with Chief Justice Mullen for a number of years now.
Yep.
I don't think that there's a lot of advice that I can or need to give him. But this is not something that the Chief Justice needs to know about, but I would like to just say, because I've been listening to questions about robitis and how does one keep oneself grounded and such. The Chief Justice is a person who is very, very well grounded. And but I've always thought I had the great fortune to be able to be engaged in public service for a good part of my career. And it really is an honor and a you know, not something that everybody has the opportunity to do. And I served as a prosecutor for some time. And in those days, it became apparent to me that whether you're a prosecutor or a public defender or a state representative, we are in the service of the people of the state. And if you don't think that you really want to be in that service business, well, then you don't need to be. Nobody's making you do it. And I've always thought that it's important for people in positions like ours to do our absolute best to make people who we serve as comfortable and as informed as is possible. There are going to be times when that's not fully possible because of the nature of the case or because of the nature of the dispute that's involved or whatever. But and I just feel like that's just been something that I think it may have been Justice Doria who mentioned that humility is really important. I think people who think about that and feel that it's an important quality and characteristic, generally speaking, tend to be the people who are best suited to be in those service capacities. And the Chief Justice is not saying that because he can tell me where I'm going to sit or not sit or whatever. I promise you that's not the reason. But I think so many of the judges who you've heard from over the last couple of days, you know, have that, and it's something to aspire to all the time.
Thank you for that response. And I asked the chair, just allow me one last question, and I don't mean any disrespect. And as you reflect, and I've thought about whether I was going to ask this question or not, but you know, clearly, I think I know the answers. That there, you have no regrets, and you don't think that Governor Weicker made a mistake. I don't think he made a mistake. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, do you think he did a little bit of a disservice? And I think I know the answer, in appointing you directly to the Supreme Court at such a young age. And do you wish maybe you had climbed? Or, I think I know the answer. Are you happy that he did, based on your success going through and showing that you maybe had some bumpy roads along the way, but clearly you had an exemplary career?
Well, thank you. I have to say that I was absolutely shocked when he asked me if I wanted to serve on if I would serve on the Supreme Court. It never dawned on me that I had only been Chief State's Attorney for a year or less. And he and I had never discussed it. As you know, we were tennis partners and we were, you know, friends, but he never mentioned it to me. There was a vacancy, and I was flabbergasted. I thought he was kidding, actually. One of his aides had to tell me that he was serious, and then I actually did need to give him a call later, as he had indicated he wanted me to do. You know, in retrospect, it took me, because I'd never been a judge, and because frankly, a lot of my experience had been on the federal side, it took me a lot longer to, I think, feel really comfortable as a member of the Supreme Court. used to think, I mean, it's like I felt like I was parachuted out of someplace into the court, and it was a very, very sharp learning curve for me. I did my absolute best. I worked as hard as I could. I became very close to other members on the court who served as mentors. But as I said during my confirmation proceedings back in 1993, maybe there's room for one person like that. You know, I was hoping that they felt there was, and could be me. But I don't think you'd want a court comprised of everybody like that. You know, I should say one last thing. When the governor asked me about this, it took me by surprise. I told him, could I have a day to think about it? He wasn't too happy that I was gonna, I know he was thinking, well, what better do you have to do? What, And when I came back and I told him that I would do it, I told him I really just wanted to speak to my parents, and anyway, I don't need to ramble, but he understood. But when you're given that opportunity and you don't know whether it's ever going to happen again, it's hard to say no to it. And I didn't know how challenging it would be going forward, but fortunately I was on the court for so long that I sort of got my sea legs, and things moved along.
Well, I just want to thank you for that response, and I'm glad I asked the question, and I truly do appreciate your years of service to the state of Connecticut, and I wish you continued success going forward, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions or comments? Seeing none. Justice Palmer, thank you for being with us, and thanks for your continued service to the state.
Thank you.
All right, next up will be the Honorable Patty Jenkins Pitman of East Hartford. You might raise your right hand for me. You swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information provided this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or under penalty of perjury? Great. Have a seat whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and other distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. First of all, my name is Patty Jenkins Pitman. I live in East Hartford, formerly of Wallingford, Representative Fishbein, but I moved a few years ago. I'd first like to publicly acknowledge and thank Governor Lamont for renominating me for another term on the Superior Court. I was first appointed in 1992, served full-time for over 20 years. In 2013, I took senior status and was a senior judge for a period of time. In 2018, upon reaching age 70, my status converted to that of a state referee. Each year since then, I've been appointed, or designated rather, by the Chief Justice to be a judge trial referee, so that I've been able to preside over trials and take on other functions that pursuant to that designation. And I now come before you requesting another 8-year term, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Judge. Couple questions for you. So on the questionnaire we send out, one of the questions we asked is approximately how many days a week do you work? And
right.
You didn't really answer that question. You said, when called upon, I'm happy to cover, as I did in the summer of 2023. What did you mean by that?
I worked no days at all in 2024. In 2023, 2022, I think the year before that as well, I filled in for the presiding judge for civil matters in the Hartford Judicial District when the presiding judge was on vacation. In 2023, I think I worked almost 5 weeks covering for vacationing judge. While I've not requested a regular 3-day-a-week assignment, I remain available to fill in for judges who are on vacation or for any special assignments that the presiding judge is are interested in having me fulfill.
Why haven't you requested a regular assignment?
I'm 77. I enjoy retirement. I must tell you that I think there is value to having new members of our judicial profession doing the full-time work. I think those of us that are state referees, that are judge trial referees, are valuable in a mentoring capacity, in an educational capacity, and if necessary, in a full judicial capacity. But I think it's time for some of us to move over and let the full-time regular judges do the work.
Okay, so that sort of begs the question then, why do you want to be reconfirmed then if you don't want to?
I do want to. I'm delighted to. There was a full complement of judges with the last class that came on. Prior to that, it had been, I don't want to say it's necessary, it had been desirable to not have to pull a judge out of the regular rotation in the Hartford Judicial District for civil matters, to have them be basically act as presiding judge for a number of weeks while the regular presiding judge was on vacation. Now there is a new class of judges. There is a full complement of judges, and I was not asked to do it in 2024, and that was fine with me.
Okay, so yesterday, or I guess Wednesday, did you have a chance to watch any of Wednesday's hearing?
I did, yes.
Okay, so one of the issues, or I guess jokes I made, was with Judge Salus, and basically said she's doing two assignments. She's doing complex lit in Stanford, and she's also the presiding judge in Stanford, and we got to get her some help down there so that she doesn't have to be pulling two oxes. So if you got assigned 3 days a week to cover as a complex lit docket in Stanford, would you be willing to do that?
Can I give you a yes and no? I would be willing to do it if really they absolutely needed it to be done. At the present time, well, I should tell you, before I started working in the Hartford Judicial District, and before I started filling in, I did have a regular assignment. I sat on the foreclosure docket every Monday, and I did court trials. And my deal on court trials was I would start the trial and I would work until the trial was done. It was not just necessarily a 3-day-a-week assignment. Yeah, I would. Stanford is fine. I don't mind going to Stanford. But I think staffing of the judiciary is best done with full-time judges subject to 8-year appointments that do not require a designation by the Chief Justice as a judge trial referee.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I agree that I think most of our staffing should be done by, full-time judges who are earning a full-time salary, and we should maximize them to the extent we can before we turn to JTRs. I guess the question that sort of we get asked as a committee sometimes is, we continue to confirm JTRs over and over and over again. Are they all, still serving a use to the branch, or are there some that, really at this point, okay, thanks for your service to the state of Connecticut. We appreciate it, and I guess we struggle sometimes with where to draw that line, and it sounds like you've given this some thought, so that's sort of why I'm asking you.
Okay. In fact, you're confirming state referees, not judge trial referees. I would be a state referee, but it's up to the Chief Justice to designate a judge trial referee, and that takes place on an annual basis. So if the Chief Justice chooses not to designate a state referee as a judge trial referee, then I do not have the power to sit at all or preside over any kind of case. Just.
Okay, but I guess my point still stands, sort of, we're confirming folks potentially to go back on. At what point do we, do we not kind of confirm someone, is the question.
I don't really have an answer for that. That's your prerogative not to do so if you felt that someone was not going to be qualified to preside over a case or potentially be a judge trial referee.
Okay, all right, but the point is, if we do confirm you for another term, you are willing to serve
Oh,
anywhere in the state of Connecticut
Absolutely.
on any docket that's asked of you.
Yes.
Okay, great. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
All right, so you were here when Justice Palmer was here just for us
Yes.
testifying. Help me understand, I'll be direct. How is it that he is as active as he is for volunteering or being volunteered, and you haven't done, when was the last time you were in court on an assignment?
2023.
So help me understand the process, and this is my ignorance. How can you not have done anything in 2024? And know that, I don't know how much you saw Wednesday, Stamford is completely understaffed and is desperate. They had a judge, God bless him, pass away. They've had retirements. So we're desperate in Stamford for help. How is it that you didn't have any opportunity to volunteer anywhere in 2024?
I was not asked to. I actually went into the Hartford Judicial District and said, are you going to need me this summer? And I was told they didn't. So, I mean, I didn't press them. I made sure they knew I was available. And
so if you did anybody ever reach out to you about needing help anywhere in the state?
No.
And did you reach out to anyone other than, so as I understand it, you asked, who did you ask?
I asked the presiding judge for civil matters.
In Hartford?
Yes.
All right. And is it typical for it? So that judge said, we don't need you. Is there someone else that you could have reached out to volunteering outside of Hartford?
I could have called the office of the chief court administrator.
And help me understand, why wouldn't you have done that? Why didn't you do that?
I don't have a good answer for that. The presiding civil judge in Hartford knew that I was available to cover. And I did not think to go beyond that.
And can you understand why sitting here, that I'm like, like if as an attorney, I don't have any work from my immediate boss partner. I go to somebody else and say, I need work. And it sounds like you didn't do that.
I did not do that.
And what would you say to us sitting here is thinking like, how would you have us receive that information and want to reappoint you?
Well, I remain available as an experienced trial judge in whatever capacity the judicial branch would like to use me. That's not a secret.
Right.
People know that. I live just across the bridge in East Hartford. I'm easy to get to. Everybody has my phone number. Everybody has my email. And if there's something that needs to be done, somebody can certainly call me and ask if I'm available to do it. And depending on, I don't know, the rest of my life, I'm either available or not available. I'm either traveling or I'm skiing or, I don't know, hiking, or volunteering with a nonprofit organization. I don't know how else to answer the question.
Oh,
I'm available, and if somebody asks me, we'll have a discussion and I'll try to do it if they need help.
Fair enough. And I appreciate that. And I see there was a complaint filed in 2020, just about an order. It was in as you would mention, foreclosure cases that you did. That was not involving anything with temperament or anything like that, correct?
Not at all. I was sitting regularly on the foreclosure docket in Hartford at that point. And I reset some law days after bankruptcy. But no, it had nothing to do with temperament. And I don't think I've ever had a temperament issue in my 33 years at this point.
And for those of us that haven't appeared before you in bankruptcy or in foreclosure or in any way, And seeing that there's been no temperament issues in the past, presumably there won't be any in the future, but how would you answer the robitis question that won't become an affliction that you get later on?
I remember being in my mid-20s, first practicing in court in Connecticut. There were not many young women lawyers at that point. I remember being bossed around by some judges, not in a particularly helpful way. And you can go one of two ways after something like that happens. You can turn into a bully yourself, or you can always remember that experience and do whatever you can not to become that kind of judge. And I think I did the latter.
And the good ranking chair or good chair on the Senate side is not here, but his question is, and I do appreciate it, it's a good one. We've just heard you kind of internally how your past experiences helps you to avoid the robitis issue, but externally, do you have anything in place to help you or help another person that will help you assess whether or not you've been afflicted with robitis?
I do have a couple of thoughts about this. One is the only surefire way to get feedback is from another judge or from a judge who is senior to you in some way. I don't think we can count on staff. I don't think we can count on the litigants or the lawyers to police that. I think we can encourage that from those folks. I was a presiding judge for civil matters in New Britain for 6 years at one point. And if I had 10 or 15 minutes in my chambers that something wasn't pressing, I like to go sit in the courtroom of judges who were serving on civil. Just sit in the back, watch for a little while, get a sense of the tone of the courtroom. You also got a sense of the tone of the whole courthouse by doing that. And I think that's a very valuable informal, or you can formalize it, way to have sometimes very needed and serious discussions with one's colleagues. So the other answer, I'm sorry, is with respect to state referees particularly, we sort of serve at the pleasure of the judicial administration, unlike a full-time Superior Court judge, so that we're restricted to 3 days a week without certain permission. The Chief Justice can decide not to designate us as a judge trial referee, so we have no power. And there's scuttlebutt in the courthouse about how judges are doing, among other judges. So there are some institutional checks on those of us who are over 70.
Fair enough. And I don't mean to belabor it, Mr. Chair, just one last, if I could follow up. I just want to give you, as I sit here, it's been since the summer of 2023 that you've appeared before anyone. And I'm wondering, or had anybody appear before you or volunteered anywhere? And I don't want you to use any names, but was there a particular, like if my boss told me we don't need you, clearly they weren't asking you to sit in your office by yourself. So
no,
I'm wondering, like, what came to mind as far as, well, geez, if they don't need me for a year and a half, you clearly have articulated to us that you want to help anywhere in the state. So I guess I just want to, you asked the question. I'm having a hard time understanding how for 18 months, you didn't get an opportunity to work anywhere. And as knowing from Stanford how hard it is on the staff down there, the judges down there, that nobody was reached out to you. I guess I should direct that to to the administration, judicial branch administration. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Your Honor, for your responses.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments? If not, Judge, just thank you. I don't, we weren't trying to belabor this or
Oh, no, it's your question.
but it's it's a question we get asked quite a bit, especially on a day like today. We're going through a whole list of senior judges or JTRs. Sort of, we get asked by our colleagues, what do these people do? What are they doing on a day-to-day basis? How often are they working? Do we need to be doing this process? And I think this was really helpful and informative for us in terms of there are some folks who work on a regular schedule and those who are sort of
Right.
there on a
And they get paid a per diem for
and they get
working
paid
on
a
a
per
regular
diem,
schedule
and-
in addition to their pension, so.
right. And then there's folks who are kind of there as on an on-call basis. And it sounds like you're still available on an on-call
Absolutely.
basis. Okay, great. Appreciate that. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you.
All right, next up will be the Honorable Susan Reynolds. You could raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information provided this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great, thank you. You can, whenever you're ready, we'll take your opening statement.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Winfield, Senator Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, and Representative Fishbein, and the distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for your time and your attention. I also want to thank Governor Lamont for nominating me. My name is Susan Reynolds. I'm a judge trial referee. I currently serve in the Danbury Superior Court. Currently, my work for the judicial system consists mostly of pre-trying criminal cases. I have been quite successful in that role, negotiating approximately 587 criminal cases in 2024. There are additional cases that I have pre-tried at the request of sitting judges in Danbury. Some of those cases were of a civil nature and some were family cases. I enjoyed the challenge of this work and find it rewarding to relieve overcrowded dockets through the pretrial process, and I look forward to continuing in that role. If you have any questions or need any clarifications, I'm happy to answer your inquiries.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the committee? Representative Callahan, did you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I could just make a comment.
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you. Judge Reynolds, I apologize for not being there to see you in person. I just wanted to let the committee know of the years we've worked together. And you didn't mention in your opening statement, you made your way up for the clerk's office all the way to the bench. And in my time working with you in Danbury Court, you always took into consideration staff's input on cases, and you had great respect for private attorneys, public defenders, state's attorneys, bail, family, all court staff, including the office that I ran, the probation office. So you always would seek us out, even go to chambers and take recess just to call and ask what our opinion is, as we had the closest contact sometimes with the clients that you were dealing with. So while I'm only seeing you on a flat screen today, I'm happy to see you there. And from what I've heard, you're still doing great work in our courts and helping relieve the overcrowded dockets, like you mentioned in your opening statement. So I hope to see you in person very soon. And thank you, Chairman Staffstrom, for the time to make a couple comments.
Thank you very much for your kind remarks.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for being with us.
That's it.
That's it.
Thank you.
I mean, unless you want to stay longer.
No, that's quite all right. Thank you very much.
All right, next, we will turn to the nominations to be a Workers' Compensation Commission Administrative Law Judge. The Honorable Seline M. Oslena of Oakdale. You could raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information provided this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. Have a seat, and we'll take your opening statement whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Co-Chair Winfield, Co-Chair Staffstrom, Ranking Member Kissel, Ranking Member Fishbein, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Seline Oslena. It is a great honor and privilege that I sit here before you today for consideration of reappointment as an administrative law judge. I am grateful to Governor Lamont for this nomination and his confidence in my ability to continue to serve the citizens of Connecticut. I accept the nomination with gratitude from the confidence it implies and with a deep sense of the responsibilities it imposes. I was appointed as a Workers' Compensation Commissioner in September of 2019. Over the past 5 years, I've presided over 50 formal hearings and thousands of informal and pre-formal hearings. I was initially at the 2nd District in Norwich in the last 10 months, and currently I've been at the 1st District in Hartford. Being an administrative judge has been immensely gratifying and challenging. I have a rare opportunity to use my legal and personal skills honed by the practice of law to serve the community. I have been able to put my feelings aside and render decisions in strict accordance with the law. I strive to treat everyone with patience, courtesy, dignity, and respect. My job is to set the appropriate tone of dignity and fairness in my hearing room and to apply the rules fairly to everyone. I always treat others as I would want to be treated and always strive for a fair result within the confines of the law. If confirmed, I will continue to confront every case with an open mind, fully and fairly analyze the legal arguments that are presented before me, and remain vigilant to protect the independence and integrity of the Workers' Compensation Commission. I believe that my character and temperament will allow me to continue to be an effective administrative law judge. I have the experience of dealing with people from all walks of life, and I'm well versed in the understanding of others. The last 5 years have prepared me well for the evolving challenges in interacting with people. If confirmed as an administrative law judge, I will continue to work tirelessly to uphold the laws of the state of Connecticut in a fair and just manner. I am excited and eager to continue my journey as an administrative law judge, and I humbly ask for your support in my reappointment. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have of me.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the committee? Questions or comments? Seeing none, thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
All right. We have a nomination for the Board of Pardons and Paroles. Robert, all right, I apologize. You're gonna have to say the pronunciation of your name for me.
Cizauskas.
Cizauskas. If you could raise your right hand for me, sir. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information provided this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. Have a seat. Whenever you're ready, we'll take your opening statement.
Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and members of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to appear here today. I'm grateful to have been nominated by Governor Lamont to serve on the State of Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. My name is Robert Sazowskis, and I live in Middlebury. My beautiful wife, Jennifer Hart, is a public school teacher, and I have 2 children. Ethan, my son, is a sophomore United States Army cadet studying at the Citadel, and my daughter is a senior in the State Agricultural Science Program at Nottawac High School. It's an honor to have my family here with me today. I was born in the Overlook section of Waterbury, and I'm a proud Waterbury Public School graduate. I have an associate's degree in criminal justice from the Naugatuck Valley Community College and a bachelor's degree with a concentration in criminal justice from Charter Oak State College. I enlisted in the Connecticut Army National Guard in 1991 as an infantry soldier and received an honorable discharge in the year 2000 at the rank of sergeant. In 1994, I was hired as a Waterbury police officer, working as an officer, detective, sergeant, and lieutenant. While in the police department, I worked in the patrol division, detective division, vice and intelligence division, statewide narcotics task force, and police activity league. At the Police Activity League, I was a day-to-day supervisor working with my team to provide after-school athletic and educational programs to inner-city at-risk youth. I retired from the police department in 2014 and became a Torrington police officer. In 2015, I was hired as the director of campus safety at the Taft School in Watertown. In 2024, I decided to begin a search for an employment opportunity where I could use my training and experience and education to take on additional responsibility and make a more significant impact on the community. During that time, I stumbled across a job posting on social media for the Board of Pardons and Paroles, and I felt like that was exactly what I was looking for. I applied for the position, and after the hiring process, Governor Lamont appointed me as an interim member of the Board of Pardons and Paroles in August of 2024. Since I became an interim board member, I participated in a comprehensive training program, got to know my colleagues. The chairperson of our board, Jennifer Zaccanini, along with the other board members and employees, have been very supportive and have all gone out of their way to answer my questions. I'm now participating in hearings, and I find the work fulfilling and rewarding. Continue to learn more about the job as I serve on the board. And we're always busy, and I look forward to work each day and to be able to protect public safety and give deserving offenders a second chance. In closing, I'd like to thank everyone for giving me this opportunity today. If confirmed, I'll use my training, education, and experience to make decisions in the best interest of public safety, the victims, and the rehabilitation and reintegration of offenders. Thank you.
Questions from the committee? I have one. So I have one. So in reading through your backup paperwork here, question 19 asks, as a member of the Board of Pardons and Paroles, what criteria would you assess when determining whether to grant an application for pardon or parole? And you list a number of factors there. And I guess, could you highlight for me maybe if there's a couple you believe are more important than others?
Sure. So the victim's statement about the incident is very important. Say that the nature and circumstances of the crime, the seriousness of it, and then the programming that the offender has completed while incarcerated, and their behavior while incarcerated. All those things are major factors in making a determination.
Okay. I guess to me, I think it seems like one of the most important factors is, particularly for somebody who has been out and living in society for a period of time. I mean, successful reintegration of society without having offended again would seem to me to be sort of paramount importance. And I guess you listed that towards the bottom of your list, and, and I guess I'm wondering why.
Well, most of the hearings that I participated in have been discretionary parole hearings. So people are currently incarcerated. So they're not out in the community yet. They're in incarcerated in prison in Connecticut and are eligible for discretionary parole.
Okay,
So-
so you were answering this sort of from the parole perspective rather than the pardon perspective.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Okay. Further questions or comments? Representative Each?
Thank you for coming before us today. I just wanted to make a comment. Thank you for all your service. As police officer, as working with the PAL kids, and also for your service to the country. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments from the committee? If not, appreciate being with us. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have a few members of the public who have signed up to testify, so we'll allow those members of the public who've signed up to testify. First is Frank Parlato. Frank Parlato with us. One last time, Frank Parlato, okay. How about Karen Reardon?
I'm here.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you for having me. I'm here to oppose the reappointment of Judge Adelman. I was before Judge Adelman. Unfortunately, he inherited what was a pretty disturbing case where all my due process rights had already been violated. My children had been removed from my care under an order from the court that was barbaric and akin to child abuse. It required that the kids not be told anything, be taken from me against their will, and that I was not to communicate with them in any way. And if they did reach out to me, I was to ignore them. That's child abuse. That's not judicial discretion. This went on for a full year. I filed a motion in limine, ADA motion in limine, saying that the judge had violated ADA. The motion in limine, which I can cite for you, has the laws in place where she stated that I was diagnosed with a personality disorder by Jessica Byron Caverly, and therefore I was at risk of having a bipolar episode due to the stress of the divorce. These are all lies. This is all legal fiction. And Jessica Byron Caverly is a psychologist that is used regularly by the courts. I don't believe she has been recently, thankfully. She does not have a Connecticut license to make medical diagnoses, and she continues to do so. And the court continues to take her single report and remove custody very often from a protective parent or certainly from a healthy parent. I have 3 Ivy League psychiatrists that were vouched for my mental health. This took precedence over that. When I arrived to Judge Adelman, I explained this to him on the first day. I said, all my due process rights were violated. I never got to have a hearing, and my kids were taken from me without a hearing. I had not gotten to utter a word. I told him I did not want a trial. I could not afford a trial. A GAL had been appointed within 2 weeks of coming to court. Jocelyn Horowitz, she was appointed against my consent, and I did not get a choice of 15. She was $450 an hour. She was also appointed without my husband filing a financial affidavit. He went for 22 months without being required to file a financial affidavit. He maintained unilateral control of all financial assets, including my inheritance. In Judge Adelman's final order, you'll see that he justifies allowing Chris to have unilateral access and saying that there was no evidence that he wasn't providing for me, despite the eviction notices on the court docket. It was horrifying. He also justifies in his final order, that the prior rulings where the kids were concerned, where they were to be in isolation, was intended to be shock therapy. There is no such thing as shock therapy. That's child abuse, and it's being condoned and implemented by the courts. I have 3 kids. They are adopted. I'm a special education teacher in the state of Connecticut for 16 years. I received early tenure. I received Distinguished Teacher of the Year. I have an impeccable reputation until I came to family court and was attacked and maligned and vilified by court orders that have no basis and are created by legal fiction. All because all of the power remained with my husband, who had dominated financially.
Thank you, ma'am. Questions or comments from the committee? Questions or comments? Seeing none, appreciate you being with us today. Next up will be John Sakin.
Yes, I've asked that the clock start when I sit down because I'll need all 3 minutes. I know, Karen Real, you have a broken judicial system in family court. I have not seen my child for 2.5 years.
So
Because-
which judge you testifying on?
I'm testifying against, first of all, I'm testifying against the 2 appellate judges that are being appointed. I have filed a letter why I'm testifying. I'll deal with that first very quickly. In Reconstruction, they passed the 14th Amendment in 1868, requiring written decisions of judges, and they have to cite findings of facts and findings of laws. It's in the Connecticut General Statutes. The present appellate court seems to disdain constitutional law, disdain the orders of the Supreme Court, and they now issue decisions affirming or denying without. And in that particular case, Judge Swenton found in court that there was a binding decision. She held an Audubon hearing, if an attorney knows what an Audubon hearing is, and she found that the agreement was binding. When we went to court, Judge Oriyama, in the early stages of dementia, she was removed from the court shortly thereafter, dismissed it because I was pro se. I appealed it to the appellate court. You have 2 opposing decisions by 2 appellate court, Supreme Court judges, Superior Court judges, and the appellate court didn't even issue a decision. This is unconstitutional violation of rights. I am also here in terms of Judge Alvord in the case of Sakon versus Sakon, where quite frankly, this is what happens. I was worth $12 million, but I wanted to divorce my wife because she was domestically abused and an alcoholic. I have not seen my child in 2.5 years because I am a narcissist. Okay. The narcissism was not found by any competent doctor. I actually went and had a neuropsychologist do extensive studies so that I could present to the court that I was not a narcissist. And I cannot even move for motion for modification because of what the actions of Judge Wynne O'Donnell is, which you were there yesterday. I have submitted to the record a federal filing where I am suing the state of Connecticut and the state of Connecticut judges for failure to abide by Title II of the American with Disabilities Act. I wasn't able to testify against Judge Wynne O'Donnell yesterday, but she admitted on the record in court in one of her tirades.
All right, sir, for freedom of information purpose, I need you to stay on the judges that are before us today.
Okay,
I can't have you just
I'm getting to
generally-
that because Judge
Okay.
Alvord affirmed her decision.
Okay.
She stated on the record, I don't concern myself with the ADA. I had a heart attack in the courtroom. I presented evidence I had a heart attack in the courtroom, and she ordered me to go to trial. Okay. When I exercised my ADA accommodation, Judge Wynne O'Donnell dismissed my case after giving, and Wynne O'Donnell was an incompetent judge, took 18 months to do a 2-week custody hearing. The divorce was already final. Divorce was already final. And 18 months, she was just an incompetent judge. Judge Alvord, read her decision and read my memorandum of law for motion for summary judgment that is now pending before the federal court. Judge Alvord, in her decision, upholding Judge Wynn's decision, upholding the decision that a judge says, I don't abide by the ADA. I had an ADA accommodation ordered by Judge Leo Diana after a hearing to half-day morning trials because I had a heart condition. Why did I have a heart condition? Because I was arrested 9 times on 18 felonies and 3 misdemeanors by reactive judges in family court. I set a record in the state of Connecticut for not guilty verdicts. That's what happened. You have a broken system. 27,000. I was issued a protective order against me, and this is what happens in divorce court these days. Protective orders are issued dime a dozen. 27,000 are issued each and every year. Divorce attorneys tell their females, call the police, get a protective order. You automatically get custody of the child. You automatically get custody of the house, and there will be no hearing, and there is no hearing because you would have to build 3 more courthouses to hear due process on the 27,000 protective orders. Okay. I was arrested on 16 felonies for violation of the protective orders. I went to Northern Correctional Institute
on a $1,150,000 bond for giving my son a $100 bill to buy a pair of sneakers. You can't make this stuff up. I was worth $12 million when this process started. I'm on Social Security and food stamps right now. Yes, I have a $1,000 suit. I bought it before the process started. Because guess what? I couldn't refinance my business during COVID when I was facing 16 felonies and 152 years in prison. You think this system isn't broke? Here's the problem. You got 27,000 protective orders issued each year without a due process hearings in the court. 95% of those protective orders are issued against the men. And here's the real kicker. Excuse me. According to the Department of Justice and the Centers for Disease Control, as authorized by the Congress of the United States investigating domestic violence, men are far more likely the victims of domestic violence than women, to the tune of 650,000 more cases of domestic violence against men each year. This is not me. Don't believe me. Believe the Department of Justice and the Centers for Disease Control. And so this is a systemic. And of course, I was a narcissist because I challenged the system. I want this, and this goes to Judge Nugent, Wynne O'Donnell again. You need to go to the New York Blue Ribbon Commission on Forensic Custody Evaluations, where you should eliminate them in these courts, because guess what? It's nothing short of child trafficking. What Reardon said is correct. It's child trafficking. Okay. You got $400,000, go hire yourself a psychologist and they'll say anything you want for 50,000 bucks.
Thank you, sir. That was your 3 minutes. We appreciate your testimony. Questions or comments from the committee? Questions or comments? Seeing none, we appreciate you being with us and for submitting your written.
I have submitted documents to the record, and what I will do is I have all the supporting materials of there's motion for summary judgment, undisputed facts I have submitted to the record. I will also submit the underlying documents for the case of undisputed facts.
Okay.
Fortunately for
yes,
me,
if you just email that into the general mailbox, then the committee will have it.
Fortunately for me,
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it. Next up will be Jennifer Vernal.
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm Jennifer from Branford, and listening to this gentleman, very upset and emotional, is what happens in family court. So we can praise all these judges all we want, because it's the same as back 15 years ago when I was here. Nothing's changing. It's just the faces are changing. Judge Wetstone, I oppose her. She got up here and said how she didn't know about Dr. Pines being a fraud because he got caught 14 years later. But our family presented to her that he was a fraud and we wanted him off the case. But he was a very well-respected child therapist, part of the AFCC, their clique. And she said, no, you will take the kids every week. And that went on for 3 years at $200, okay, a session. So when she says, I just didn't know, well, you're a judge. And when you're a judge, don't make poor judgments, because you're impacting family and children, especially children. If you read some of her transcripts that I submitted, and I apologize, I didn't have everything kind of organized last night because I found out last minute that she was being reappointed. This has nothing to do with her personally, but professionally, I got to say, if you read some of these transcripts, which I will share, talking about testosterone and estrogen in the household, and the dad maybe doesn't have enough ability to connect with a 11-year-old daughter. And then she, it's like, who talks like that? And I know Representative Gonzalez, when she was asking questions in 2017 of this judge, and she asked her about that, she didn't remember. And so imagine if you are same-sex partner and you want to adopt a child of the opposite sex, don't go in front of Judge Whetstone, because she's going to say, you're going to need a co-parenting therapist, you're going to need a child therapist, you're going to be all these people just to be able to have a child. And I know it sounds crazy, but that's what she did. Regarding Dr. Pines, he was also, his license was suspended by the Department of Public Health for a year because he didn't know how to do any documentation with family court cases. So what happens when there isn't any improvement with 3 children for 3 years? The father wants to see, where's your treatment plan? What's going on? He had none. So he had that against him. So Judge Whetstone clearly had poor judgment with this therapist, and this therapist and her comments carried on through the whole family's record with family court. So I'm just saying, we have just horrible judges, not all, but a lot of them. So
Thank you, ma'am.
sorry for my rant, but it's just emotional. And this guy,
We appreciate you keeping
here's it, you don't see your kids if you're dealing with family court.
questions or comments from the committee.
I'm sure there's
Questions,
not a problem.
comments?
I'm sure there's.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, that is the end of our sign up list. So I'm going to declare the public hearing closed. I'm going to convene our committee meeting for January 25th, 2005. We are going to take a very short 5-minute recess just to allow members time to get back to the hearing room. I do not believe there's going to be caucuses. So no caucuses. We're just going to take a 5-minute recess to allow members to gather, and then we will begin our committee meeting. So we stand in recess. All right, I'd like to call back to order the Judiciary Committee meeting. Seeing no remarks by my chair, we're going to move on to nominations for review. First, I will entertain a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Gregory T. Dioria of Amston to be an associate judge of the Supreme Court and a judge of the Superior Court.
Second.
Motion from Senator Kissel, second from Senator Winfield. Discussion on the nomination. Discussion on the nomination. If not, Representative Fishbein for motion, please.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we create a consent calendar. They move the nomination of the Honorable Gregory T. Dioria to that consent calendar.
Objection to placing the item on consent, seeing none, so ordered. Next, I'll entertain a motion of favorable report on the governor's nomination of Honorable Bethany J. Alvord of West Hartford to be a judge of the appellate court and a judge of the Superior Court.
So move. Second.
Motion from Senator Kissel, second from Representative Fishbein. Discussion on the nomination, seeing none. Rep. Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion we move the nomination of the Honorable Bethany J. Alvord to the consent calendar.
Hold on a second. I'm going to object to putting that on consent. I should have noted that Vice Chairman Fazzino needs to recuse himself on this because he has a pending case before the appellate court. So this item cannot go on consent. So there was a motion and a second. Is there discussion on the nomination? Seeing no discussion, Madam Administrator, please call the roll on this.
Roll call vote on the Honorable Bethany J. Alvord of West Hartford. Winfield. Staffstrom. Flexer. Gadkar Wilcox. Fazzino. Abstain. Kissel.
Yes.
Fishbein.
Definitely, yeah.
Blumenthal. Brown. Cabrera. Callahan.
Callahan, yes.
Ciccarella. DiCaprio.
DiCaprio, yes.
Delaney.
Delaney, yes.
Dillon. Doucette.
Yes.
Dubitsky.
Yes.
Elliott. Gaston. Gilchrist. Godfrey.
Yes.
Howard.
Yes.
Jacobson. Johnson. Khan. Lamarck Muir.
Yes.
Lesser. Mar.
Mar, yes. Oh, sorry. There you go. Mar, yes.
Thank you so much. Miller. O'Day. Osborne.
Osborne, yes.
Havelock Tomato.
Havelock Tomato votes yes.
What do you think?
Quinn.
Something better?
Quinn.
Yes.
Rahman. Roberts. Bertigliano. Sampson. Sims. Beach.
Beach is yes.
Walker.
Yeah.
Wilson.
Thank you. We are going to hold the votes open until 3 o'clock, 3 p.m. And also as a housekeeping reminder for folks voting electronically, we need your cameras on and for you to be visible on the screen when you vote online. All right, moving on to the nomination of the Honorable Nina F. Elgo of West Hartford to be a judge of the appellate court and a judge of the Superior Court. Motion from Senator Kissel, second from Senator Winfield. Is there discussion on this nomination? Is there discussion? If there's no discussion, I will note that Representative Fazzino again needs to recuse himself on this nomination. And then I would ask if there's any change in vote from our previous roll call vote. Is there any change in vote from our previous roll call vote? Any change in vote? If not, we'll record the same roll call vote as on Judge Alfred.
I vote yes, Mr. Chairman. I was not recorded on the previous.
I will get you as a yes on both of those, Representative Dillon. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, moving on. We will next consider the governor's nomination, the Honorable Mary Margaret D. Bergdorf of West Hartford to be a senior judge of the Superior Court. Is there a motion?
Second.
Motion from Senator Kissel, second from Representative Fishbein. Is there discussion? Is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, Representative Fishbein for motion, please.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, we move the nomination of the Honorable Mary Margaret D. Bergdorf to the consent calendar.
Objection to placing the item on consent. Objection, seeing none, it is so ordered. Next, we'll move on to the governor's nomination, the Honorable Holly Abery-Wetstone of West Hartford to be a state referee. Is there a motion?
Second.
Motion from Senator Kissel, second from Senator Winfield. Is there discussion on this nomination? Is there discussion? If not, Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we move the nomination of the Honorable Holly Abery-Wetstone to the consent calendar.
Objection to placing the item on consent. Objection to placing the item on consent. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Next, I will entertain a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Gerald I. Alderman of Meriden to be a state referee. Motion from Senator Kissel, second from Senator Winfield. Is there discussion on this? I will note that Representative Fishbein and Representative Osborne are going to recuse themselves. Fishbein and Osborne recusing. Other discussion on this nomination? If there's no discussion, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Roll call vote on the Honorable Gerard I. Adelman of Meriden. Winfield,
Winfield, in the affirmative.
Staffstrom,
Yes.
Flexer, Gadkar Wilcox, Pizino,
Yes.
Kissel,
Yeah.
Blumenthal, Brown, Cabrera, Callahan,
Callahan, yes.
Chicarella, DiCaprio,
Yes.
Delaney,
Delaney, yes.
Dillon,
Dillon, yes.
Doucette,
Yes.
Dubitsky,
Yes.
Elliott, Gaston, Gilchrist, Godfrey,
Yes.
Howard,
Yes.
Jacobson, Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Khan, Lamarck Muir,
Yes.
Lesser, Mar,
Mar votes yes.
Miller, O'Day, Havelock Tomato,
Havelock Tomato votes yes.
Quinn, Brahman, Roberts, Retigliano, Sampson, Sims, Beach,
Beaches, yes.
Walker, Wilson.
Thank you. Next, I will entertain a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Brian T. Fischer of Madison to be a state referee. Motion from Senator Kissel. The second was from down the end down there. Representative DiCaprio. Is there discussion on this nomination? Is there discussion? Seeing none, I believe we need a roll call vote on this, Madam Administrator.
Roll call vote on the Honorable Brian T. Fisher of Madison. Winfield,
Winfield, in the affirmative.
Staffstrom,
Yes.
Flexer, Gadkar Wilcox, Pizino,
Yes.
Kissel,
Yes.
Fishbein,
Yes.
Blumenthal, Brown, Cabrera, Callahan,
Callahan, yes.
Chicarella, DiCaprio,
Yes.
Delaney,
Delaney, yes.
Dillon,
Dillon, yes.
Doucette,
Yes.
Dubitsky,
Yes.
Elliott, Gaston, Gilchrist, Godfrey.
Yes.
Howard,
Howard, yes.
Jacobson, Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Khan, Lamarck Muir,
Yes.
Lesser, Mar,
Mar votes yes.
Miller, O'Day,
Yes.
Osborne,
Yes.
Pavlock Tomato,
Pavlock Tomato votes no.
Quinn, Brahman, Roberts, Retigliano, Sampson, Sims, Veach,
Beaches, yes.
Walker, Wilson.
Thank you. Moving on, I'll next entertain a motion to favorably report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Joseph P. Flynn of Ansonia to be a state referee. Motion from Senator Kissel, second from Senator Winfield. Is there discussion? Seeing none. Rep. Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we move the nomination of the Honorable Joseph P. Flynn to the consent calendar.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Next, I'll entertain a motion of favorable report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Bruce P. Hudock of Old Greenwich to be a state referee.
So moved.
Motion from Senator Kissel, second from Senator Winfield. Discussion. Hearing none. Rep. Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to move the nomination of the Honorable Bruce P. Hudock to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing the item on consent? Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Next, I will entertain a motion of favor report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Fleming L. Norcott Jr. of New Haven to be a state referee.
So moved.
So moved.
Motion from Senator Kissel, second from Senator Winfield. Is there discussion on the nomination? Representative Fishbein?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I just want to briefly say, this process is a serious process, one that we take very seriously. And I appreciate the humor, that Judge Norcott brought to us here today. I was and am concerned about the reference to profession. Because as I pointed out, this is, you know, judges sit on all different matters. You know, in other states, they vote for these positions. We are very blessed to be able to actually be part of this process. These nominations and appointments don't go to the general public. So, you know, I know members of my caucus have expressed some concern about that this is a serious process and that we do take it seriously. I do intend to support Judge Norcott here today. I do appreciate his humor, but I just want to point out this is a serious process. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions or comments? Further questions or comments? If not, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Roll call vote on the Honorable Fleming L. Norcott Jr. of New Haven. Winfield,
Winfield, in the affirmative.
Staffstrom.
Yes.
Lexer, Gadkar Wilcox, Pazino, Kissel,
Yeah.
Fishbein,
Yes.
Blumenthal, Brown, Cabrera, Callahan,
Callahan, yes.
Chicarella, DiCaprio,
Yes.
Delaney,
Delaney, yes.
Dillon,
Dillon, yes.
Doucette,
Yes.
Dubitsky,
Yes.
Elliott, Gaston, Gilchrist, Godfrey.
Yes.
Howard,
No.
Jacobson, Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Khan, Lamarck Muir,
Yes.
Lesser, Mar,
Mar votes yes.
Miller, O'Day, Osborne,
Yes.
Pavlock Tomato, Quinn,
Yes.
Brahman, Roberts,
Representative Roberts votes yes.
Retigliano, Sampson, Sims, Beach,
Yes.
Walker, Wilson.
Next, we'll entertain a motion to favor report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Richard N. Palmer of West Hartford to be a state referee.
So moved. Second.
Motion from Senator Kissel, second from Senator Winfield. Discussion on the nomination. Discussion. Representative Fishbein?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion, we move the nomination of the Honorable Richard N. Palmer to the consent calendar.
Objection to placing the item on consent. Objection to placing the item on consent. Seeing none, so ordered. Next, I'll entertain a motion to favor report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Patty Jenkins Pitman of East Hartford to be a state referee.
So moved. Second.
Motion from Senator Kissel, second from Senator Winfield. I will just know, I did ask some very direct questions to this nominee regarding her work history over the last year and a half. You know, I think it's interesting with state referees how some of them do serve sort of more of a regular schedule, some are more as an on-call piece, but my understanding is that really is a function of sort of the system and the need and the availability and the skill set of the individual judges. So while I did appreciate her candid explanation and answers to my questions, and I am prepared to support her today. Further questions or comments on the nomination? If not, Representative Fishbein?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion, we move the nomination of the Honorable Patty Jenkins Pittman to consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing item on consent? Is there objection? Seeing none, so ordered. Next, I'll entertain a motion to favor report on the governor's nomination of the Honorable Susan S. Reynolds of Ridgefield
So
to be a
moved.
state referee.
Second.
We got a motion from Representative Godfrey and a second from Senator Kissel.
Yes, sir.
Is there discussion? Is there discussion? Seeing none, Rep. Fishbein?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion, to move the nomination of the Honorable Susan S. Reynolds to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing item on consent? Seeing none, so ordered. Next, I'll entertain a motion to favor report on the governor's nomination, the Honorable Seline M. Aslina of Oakdale to be a Workers' Compensation Commission Administrative Law Judge.
So moved. Second.
Motion from Senator Kissel, second from Senator Winfield. Is there discussion beyond the fact that we really messed up those titles, that they are quite a mouthful of Workers' Compensation Administrative Law Judges? No? All right. Seeing none, Rep. Fishbein?
Mr. Chair, I make a motion, we move the nomination of the Honorable Seline M. Oslina to the consent calendar.
Is there objection? Seeing none, so ordered. Finally, I will entertain a motion of favor report on the governor's nomination of Robert Chizukis of Middlebury to be a member of the Board of Pardons and Paroles.
So moved. Second.
Motion from Senator Kissel, second from Senator Winfield. Discussion on the nomination. Hearing none. Rep. Fishbein?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion, to move the nomination of Robert Zizakis to the consent calendar.
Is there objection to placing the item on consent? Is there objection? Seeing none, so ordered. Madam Administrator, could you call the consent calendar?
The consent calendar consists of to be an associate judge of the Supreme Court and a judge of the Superior Court, the Honorable Gregory T. Dioria of Amston. To be a senior judge of the Superior Court, the Honorable Mary Margaret D. Bergdorf of West Hartford. To be a state referee, the Honorable Holly Abery-Wetstone of West Hartford, the Honorable Joseph P. Flynn of Ansonia, the Honorable Bruce P. Hudock of Old Greenwich, the Honorable Richard N. Palmer of West Hartford, the Honorable Patty Jenkins Pittman of East Hartford, the Honorable Susan S. Reynolds of Ridgefield, and to be a Workers' Compensation Commission Administrative Law Judge, the Honorable Seline M. Aslina of Oakdale, and to be a member of the Board of Pardons and Paroles, Robert Zizakis of Middlebury.
Move the consent calendar.
Roll call vote on the consent calendar. Winfield? Staffstrom? Flexer? Gadkar Wilcox? Pizino? Kissel?
Yes.
Fishbein?
Yes.
Blumenthal? Brown? Cabrera?
Yes.
Callahan?
Callahan, yes.
Chicarella? DiCaprio?
Caprio, yes.
Delaney?
Delaney, yes.
Dillon?
Dillon, yes.
Doucette?
Yes.
Dubitsky?
Yes.
Elliott? Gaston? Gilchrist? Godfrey?
Yes.
Howard?
Yes.
Jacobson? Johnson?
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Khan, Lamarck Muir,
Yes.
Lesser, Mar,
Mar votes yes.
Miller, O'Day, Osborne,
Osborne, yes.
Havelock Tomato, Quinn,
Yes.
Brahman, Roberts,
Roberts votes yes.
Retigliano, Sampson, Sims, Beach, Walker, Wilson.
Veach, yes.
I'm sorry, did you get O'Day as a yes? I
Thank you.
apologize.
You got Veach? I'm sorry. Yep.
Thank you.
All right, the administrator is going to take votes until 3 o'clock. We do not have a date and time for our next meeting yet, but we will get back to you on that. Be looking forward to public hearings coming up. With that, we stand in recess until 3. Thank you all for your work this week. Appreciate it.
Lots more. What's tomorrow? Providence. At Providence. I had tickets. Are you dead? Where do you go to eat before or after?
Kirsten, did I miss any votes? You're on mute.
Okay, sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Did I miss any?
Let me just double check. I think I missed you on one. Yep, for Adelman.
Definitely yes.
Okay. And for Fischer.
Definitely yes.
Okay, and then you're all set. Got you for everything else. Thank you so
Great.
much.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Representative Johnson.
Hi, Madam Clerk. I believe I missed the 2 at the very beginning.
Alvord, how would you like to vote?
Yes, please.
And
Yes.
Elgo as well?
Yes, on Algo as well.
And I think that's everything else for you. Yep, you're all set. Thank
I'm
you
all
so much.
set.
Have a good weekend.
You have a great weekend. Bye.
Did I miss anything, Kristen?
Yes. I need you for Alvord,
Yes, please.
Elgo,
Yes,
Adelman,
absolutely.
Why don't we hold another one of her bills?
and Fischer.
Yes,
And then, okay, for everything else, you're all set.
thank you.
Thank you. Yep. One second. Representative Gilchrist or Rutigliano or Senator Gadkar Wilcox, happy to take your votes when you're all set. Hi, Representative. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I'm so sorry. You know, it's
No,
like
you're good.
I'm on like 400 things. Okay.
Yes. All right, we'll do that. We'll keep this quick. Okay, so for Alvord, how would you like to vote?
Yes.
For Elgo,
Yes.
Adelman,
Yes.
Fischer,
Yes.
Norcott,
Yes.
and the consent calendar.
Yes.
All set. Thank you so much. Have a good
Thank
weekend.
you. Glad to be back.
Same.
Bye.
Hey, Kirsten, how's it going?
Hi, Representative Elliott.
Hey, how's it going?
Good and yourself?
Good and yourself? I'm doing good.
All right, I'll keep you for a quick
All right, I'll
second
keep you
here.
for a quick second here. Okay.
For Alvord, how would you like to
For
vote?
Alvord, how would you like to vote? Yes.
Elgo,
Elgo? Yes.
Adelman?
Adelman? Yes.
Can you turn your camera on when you
Can
have a
you turn your
sec?
camera on when you
When
have a
it's
sec?
possible.
I can. It's possible.
Thank you. For Adelman,
For Adelman? Yes.
Fischer,
Fischer? Yes.
Norcott,
Norcott?
No,
no. No.
and the consent calendar.
And the consent calendar? Yes.
You're all set. Thank you so much.
All set. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hi, Senator Miller, when you're all set.
All right, I'm trying to get my camera on. How are you?
Good and yourself? There you go.
Good. Can you see me?
Yeah, I'll keep you for
Oh,
a quick
good.
second.
Okay, great.
For Judge Alvord, how would you like to vote?
Yes.
For Elgo,
What was the second one? Who was the
Judge
second one?
Judge Elgo.
Yes.
For Adelman,
Yes.
Fischer,
Yes.
Norcott,
Yes.
and then the consent calendar.
Yes, on the consent calendar as
All
well.
right, you're all set. Have a great weekend.
All right, Kirsten, have a nice weekend.
Take care.
Bye.
Hi, Senator. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, good.
Sorry, I think I missed the boat.
No worries. You guys are like stretched too thin.
But yeah, number of things same time.
For Judge Alvord, how would you like to vote?
Yes,
For Elgo,
yes.
for
Tell me how my Senate chair voted.
he voted yes. He voted
Okay.
yes and everything. Yep.
Yeah,
Adelman,
yes,
Fischer,
yes,
Norcott,
yes,
and then the consent calendar.
sure.
All right, you're all set.
Awesome.
Have a good weekend.
You too, thank you.
Thanks.
Don't work too hard.
Won't.
Hi.
Hi, Representative. How are you?
Hi, Kirsten. I'm good. How are you?
Good, good. So the Honorable Bethany Alvord, how would you like to vote?
Yes.
For Elgo,
Yes.
Adelman,
Yes.
Fischer,
Yes.
Norcott,
Yes.
and then the consent calendar.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Hi there.
Hi, Senator. How are you?
Good. How are you? Sorry.
Good,
I'm on
good,
a
no
different
worries.
phone and I'll get off of that one when I get home. I just had to step out for a meeting.
Don't even worry about it. I'll be really quick. For Judge Alvord, how would you like to vote?
Yes.
For Elgo,
Yes.
Adelman,
Yes.
Fischer,
Yes.
Norcott,
Yes.
and the consent calendar.
Yes.
Perfect. You're all set. Thank you so much. Have a
Thank
good
you.
weekend.
You too.
Hello?
Jim, hey, I'm trying to vote. I'm online. I went down to the room, no one's there. I'm trying to vote. Text her or. Sorry.
Hey, Senator, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. I'm Austin. I'm the new clerk for Judiciary.
Thank you.
Just need your vote. Give me one sec. All right. How do you vote on Judge Alvord?
Yes.
Okay. How do you vote on Judge Elgo?
Yes.
How do you vote on Judge Adelman?
Yes.
How do you vote on Judge Fischer?
Yes.
How do you vote on Judge Norcott?
Yes.
And then for the consent calendar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Great. You're all set. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Nice meeting you. Look
You as
forward to
well. Have a
working
good
with you.
weekend.
Bye.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, Representative.
Hi.
How are you? I'm Austin. I'm
Good.
the incoming clerk for Judish.
Oh, great.
Let me see. Okay.
I know I have
Judge,
consent. I know
yes.
consent calendar.
On Judge Elgo. How
Yes.
do you vote? Thank you. Judge Norcott. How do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. And the consent. How do you vote?
Yes.
Great.
Sure.
You're all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend.
You too. Bye.
Bye.